Tell Justin we're about to go live.
Yes, we just did go live, and you said that live. Hello. we are here. Tonight we're just doing an outside our normal order D&D because we're all addicted to D&D and we want to play D&D, damn it. So we're going to play D&D. So we're going to move forward with our Into the Desert campaign with a returning Cameron. Has been in all of them, including the Into the Desert. And I always refer to him as Saren, even though that's not his real name. We'll go by Saren. Is joining us as well.
That's a good habit to get into. And yo,
So,
the terrible mustache. It's not actually a mustache. It didn't shave today.
sure. we just know you can't grow one. It's okay. Anyway, so
Oh, I can't grow a beard.
oh, okay. Neither can I, but I still
I
have
can
one.
grow a horrible pedo stash.
Even though it has these empty spots that have nothing to do
Yeah,
with me shaving anything. Anyway,
If mine grows out, I'll look like Joe Dirt.
But anyhow, for those of you that have not watched the Into the Desert ones, in the first part, Cam's character, Saren's character, and another buddy of mine's character went into the desert, fought some bandits, retrieved an artifact after fighting some undead, and falling into some traps. And
Literally.
Yep, literally. And then came back and reported their findings and turned in the artifact. And then later on, Cam's character had something else happen. But I'll let him explain that to Saren's character because, well, that's just the way these things work. And actually, before we get too started, I guess I should go into the Galleon Gamers Twitch channel and update the characters that are active on the D&D Beyond Overpain. Otherwise, it's not going to make a whole lot of sense.
Guys, D&D Beyond has not been a sponsor of ours, but we
Not
use the
coming up with
shit
the
out
money.
of it.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a good site. Yeah. Approval.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, I just started paying the whatever $25 a year or whatever it is for unlimited characters. And unlimited characters is nice.
Yes. Yes,
I
it
get
is.
bored and then create characters for half of more interesting people.
Yeah, I do like alternate builds. Like if I've got like for our Out of the Abyss campaign, I have 3 different builds and then like an alternate build that would be like a completely alternate stat distribution. So like I took the ability scores I had rolled and put them into different categories just to see how it would look differently, and it's pretty cool to be able to do that.
See, for me, it's a little bit different because I generally only play mages or clerics, and I'll tamper with a druid here and there. I'm familiar enough with them in order to be able to do so. But pretty much, generally speaking, technically not mostly arcane spellcasters, occasionally divine. So there's not really that much in the way I need to do for stat distribution. And usually I take choices based off of the concept. I build characters off of a concept.
Yeah,
I'm like, wait, what about this?
yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
And that College of Whisper Bard is calling my name soon. So
I build characters solely off of what I think is cool. They could be totally useless, but if I have fun doing it, that's all that matters.
yeah, and apparently Wizards just released a new sorcerer and a new warlock, Unearthed Arcana, last week. And a sorcerer is very much like psionic themed.
Oh,
and
really?
The adjustments you get are
Fair,
very
Sam.
nice. Very nice.
Man,
You get a lot
find
front
it for
loaded.
me. Throw it at me in Discord. I love sorcerers.
No, that's such a lie. You totally never
Yeah.
always play sorcerers. Not at all. No.
I don't always play sorcerers. I just usually play sorcerers. Hey, I used to
You're like, what is this? Even this campaign. What does this campaign need? Oh, well, we don't have a healer. Okay, I'll be a divine sorcerer.
Hey, I'd never done one before. I was just like, sure, fuck, I'll go support mage slash caster, and also double as the party's rogue somehow because background.
Yep.
Yeah, that psionic sorcerer gets a buff at first level. It's like basically permanent mage armor essentially, which is nice.
Wow. And hi, Justin, by the way. Good to have you.
Indeed.
I've had to listen to that motherfucker for hours, so it's nice that he can has to listen to me now.
Yeah.
I mean, is it actually on D&D Beyond's website?
Yeah.
On
No,
the
I think it
Unearthed
is.
Arcana.
Yeah, that one. Did D&D update with it?
Let me look.
Bet I'll beat you
Alright.
there. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
It's D&D. Sorcerer and Warlock. Yeah, it's right there.
Yep.
What's it called?
If you just Google Unearthed Arcana,
Oh, okay.
it's that first link, and they post all. I guess they post all their Unearthed Arcanas.
But anyhow, you're back in Kesserport, having licked your wounds from the last thing that happened, Rom. And the guards went to report what they saw. You probably went home and took a rest
Yes.
to begin with. And I'm not sure you guys can figure out how you end up meeting up with each other in Kesserport, because that's kind of the hometown for both of you. So I'm sure you hang out in similar circles since you work for the same people a lot of times.
Yeah.
No, usually different. Well, sort of. I'm more in Intel division. I just come across these guys a lot, because I'm usually the one feeding them the intel or gathering it.
I think Rom would go looking for Dare.
Yeah, and
Specifically because of that reason of
Yeah.
he knows shit.
all right, fair enough. I would probably be found in one of the more upscale taverns, like actively gathering it. Well, no, actually, it depended on what I was doing at the time. If I was just yeah, let's just call it like a medium like average citizenry tavern. Like they caters to travelers, warriors, caravans, sort of things. Listening for interesting information.
I think I
Fantastic.
said that the tavern you were hanging out with last time, which was kind of the everyman tavern, was like the Bilge-Rat or something, wasn't it?
When we started the last session,
Yeah.
I believe that's where we went.
Yeah, so that would be a tavern he hangs out at that's also kind of an everyman's tavern that's very much less. I think it was the Bilge-Rat. If I'm wrong, I guess we can retcon it later. Or there's also a Bilge-Rat. So it's the Bilge-Rat one.
Okay, so after getting up from a very unrestful night's rest,
Rest in peace.
You have no idea.
yeah. Let me tell you. Well, I'll tell you in a minute. But anyway, so Rom will. I guess the question he would need to figure out is where in town in the city would he find information, like on his? I mean, is there libraries? Is there a historical
there's a
archive of
huge-
some kind?
Oh yeah, there's huge libraries, and they're all pretty much owned and run by the consortium, whether people know that or not.
Okay. So I guess he would leave the house and go to find Dare, because being that Dare is a information gatherer,
I dare you.
yeah, he would probably know best where to start looking and how to go about it.
Yes, it is a random pair.
Just a random pair of players.
Get clipped, bitch.
Nope, side cutters. And
Oh.
yes. I have other sharp objects here.
Nice.
So anyway, so that's what he'll do. He'll go, I guess, to the Bilge-Rat.
All right. Since I'd have I have an eye on the entrance, or at least in a peripheral glance, and he is a somewhat regular sight. I'm assuming you would come in with a look like you're looking around for somebody, and I'm just kind of,
When he comes in, he looks semi-panicked, flustered, and probably still a little bloody. Cause is this like day after, Matt?
Well, I mean, keep in mind it takes a few days to get across the desert, but I don't know if you bathed yourself in the desert in sand.
Probably not.
Probably not. So, but you were also bringing like refugees across, and you had your drunken sidekick with you.
Remind me what town it was that I had gone to.
And remember, he's still passed out in your apartment because he fell asleep there.
Oh, yeah, I just left Pete behind.
Yeah. Okay. You're bringing him with tonight, though, right? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So anyway, what was the town we had gone to that all the bad things happened?
That was called Middlesbar.
Okay. All right. And it's so anyway. So he would enter the bar, and immediately, when he spots Dare, he would go and join him.
Make a perception check. First roll of the night.
Nat 1.
Not a nat 1, but my passive perception is higher.
Nice.
I rolled a 6, so that makes it a 10, and my passive perception is 14.
Yeah, you're panicked, and so you're just looking around. You just see people. You don't know who you're looking for. There's got to be somebody here. You think you're looking for the right person. What did he look like again? Nope, it's not that gnome over there. Okay.
All right. Do I notice him entering? Because I normally have at least a passive glance on there because I got to know who's in the tavern. Because there are a couple people who don't like me very much.
Well, he's not exactly quiet, and
he's not carrying anything right now though. No bag, no weapon even.
Okay.
But yeah. So do I just glance over and see him there?
Yeah, you see him.
I take a look at his semi-panic state, and I walk up to. Fuck, what's your name again? I know it.
Rom.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna write that down because I will forget that in the next 2 seconds.
Forget what?
Exactly.
Yep.
All right. I tap Rom on the shoulder and then
Oh,
walk.
son of a bitch! Oh.
I am a half elf. I don't exactly move quietly or loudly.
Oh.
I just tap him on the shoulder and just
just the guy I was looking for, and I'll go sit with you.
Oh no, we're leaving I'm gathering information here. We're not
Okay.
this place is an information sieve, so I'm like, well, it's really popular with all the workers. That's because they like to leave a whole bunch of data just lying around.
Yeah.
Just like absent-mindedly talk about stuff. They're just like, we'll take, I'll take him into take him back to your place.
Okay.
You look at least a little excited, and I'd rather you not upset any of my contacts.
All right.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fair.
So so I'm like, so as we're not seen together again, associated with each other, I'm just like, I'll meet you there shortly, because I already know where it's at.
Okay. All right. I'll go back then and basically do that kind of panic cleaning you do when you know people are coming over and you weren't prepared for it. So you're like, God, this goes over here. And
You shift Pete over a little bit.
Yeah.
You see this older looking gentleman that's totally passed out drunk on his couch.
This time whereas I didn't have the staff in the bar because people will recognize it very clearly as magical, just having a couple knives on me. The cloak, the cloak isn't super recognizable. It just looks like any other cloak. But the staff, I'm just like, okay, all right then. Based on your expression, you have something somewhat alarming to tell me. Also, normally you have problems when drunk people other than you sleep on your couch.
Yeah, that's Pete. I picked him up not too long back. He's Well, he's Pete. Um,
Well, that's descriptive.
yeah, you'll learn when he wakes up. Listen, so the consortium sent me up to Middlesbar last week, and the city's dead now.
Well,
We
amazing. Have I heard any rumors about this?
Yes.
Well,
I
so
mean,
I've heard.
he just got back last night, but even in that day, you've heard that something horrible happened up there. You don't know all the details, but basically all the survivors came in the gates yesterday and started reporting, and now the military's actually doing some, like, preparing. Like, they're starting to gather. And
Yeah,
All right,
so we
yeah,
we were trying to get out of the town, me and Pete, and then we found this guy named Garthus. He was supposed to be our guide while we were up there, and we were trying to get out to a to find a. God, I don't even remember what we were looking for now. I think it was a shield, and we got caught in a sandstorm, and the sand it drove us back to town, and there were hundreds, thousands of undead marching with the sandstorm, and they raised Middlesbar. Like, it is the people that we got back yesterday. They're all that's left. Everything else is dead.
Well, that's disconcerting.
Yeah, a little bit. And you can probably tell I got pretty banged up. There was this creature, man. Yeah, I got a couple blades through me here and there, and I'm really not sure how we managed to get out of there, to be honest.
All right. So, what is it you need from me? I'm willing to help. This is interesting, and doubtless the syndicate is going to send us there anyway.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I don't really know what to do because, I mean, I'm not a soldier. I'm not military. I'm not in charge of anything, but I've never heard of anything like this happening. And I don't know where we would go, who we would talk to figure out what this was that was attacking. Because it was here. It was not the mainland. It was here on the island. So
Any details that you can remember that stand out?
dude, hordes of undead. A fucking undead dragon.
What were they wearing?
Do I remember what they were wearing?
The undead. Were they just naked undead, just like long risen, shortly risen?
There were all kinds. There were mummies. There were creatures that I've never seen before. Read dinosaurs, because he doesn't know to call them dinosaurs.
yeah, there was a zombie ankylosaurus there that was bashed in the gate.
And
You
the
would probably
creature
think of
that
it as some sort of a wyvern or whatever, but yeah.
yeah, there was a creature there that was leading them with these long claws, and before you could even get close enough to him to attack you, it would stab right through you.
All right then. So that tells me a couple different things. That's going, where we're going to go here. So first, we're probably assuming that the syndicate has already heard about this. We should, but might not know the details. We should tell. Second, the undead there. It wasn't. They were probably not just raised from one area. If they're a variety of different undead, they're most probably gathered from around, and it's probably either a very, very large effect or something else. We will need help.
Yeah.
I can grant some level of resistance to probably evil. Most undead aren't exactly the most polite of people. But we're going to need help, and we're going to need to know what to do. Also, what is the drunkard story?
He's another. He works for the consortium. I picked him up not too long back. He's good with a lockpick, but not too many other things. He's good company at least. But we
Happens.
we almost got ourselves killed. Like I said, there was me. I had Garthus, who was some sort of half giant, and then I had my Griffin. And honestly, that was the saving grace, is being able to get in and out of the fight, because there was just too many of them. I thought trying to take on the leader myself would maybe stop him, but I landed a few good hits, but yeah, he nearly killed me. So,
Powerful undead. All right. So
and I never did figure out what it actually was called, did I, Matt?
Nope.
Okay. So
All
I
right.
reported back to the consortium as soon as we got back and told them what happened. I assume. I guess another question is, what do we actually call the leadership in Kesserport? Is it an empire? Is it a king?
It is. There's a king, or
Okay.
a regent, but he's a king.
Okay. Well, I'm
and-
sure that
and the guards that came back with you went and reported to him,
yeah.
or reported to his guard. So
Yeah, so I'm sure they know, but what this thing was, what this army was, that's what I want to find out about, because, I mean, there's not been a substantial war here in years. We're just too strong. But I don't know that the city's defenses could hold up to that kind of. There was just so many of them.
Well, that's unfortunate. Also, I don't believe I don't believe necessarily that we presently have enough holy strength to repel any undead of any strength, particularly if it's repelling blows from you. That's far above the average guard or soldier. Well, okay. For now, how long was Mister? Like, were they dead when you got there?
Yeah, but the big one that was in charge could raise more. Like, he was killing townspeople and raising them immediately.
Okay, so there's probably a reason why that town, geography. Side note, geography here. Is it on the path? Is that city on a path? Where is that geographically, pertaining to us?
it's
I wouldn't.
north. It's north of here, towards the middle of the little island part of the. Basically Kesserport's on an island, and it's a large island, and it's north of here. I think it was 250 miles.
Yeah, I think it was like a
And,
week's ride or something like that.
And it's Middlesbar is right on the edge of a sand dune desert that's in that area.
All right, so that explains how they get. All right. So the first thing that they're probably going to have us do is, really, I'm just an intel operative. They're probably going to have us go investigate the source, or maybe gather a couple items necessary to help defeat these undead, or defend the city. As much as the city doesn't particularly care for law and authority, they do indeed like to exploit it.
Yeah. My just question is, where does an army like that come from? You know?
There are countless civilizations that have fallen in the desert, and there's countless wars before this city rose to prominence. I have no doubt that the dry sand has preserved quite a large number of them, and in any case, necromancy doesn't necessarily care how old the corpses are. In fact, sometimes that's
true.
better. It makes it dangerous. That said, the older usually, not always, but usually, the harder to raise. So, we've got something of significant power, particularly resurrecting a dragon. Whether it's just a witch or a construct, we've got the problem.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you've once again told this to the syndicate, yes?
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. How much rest did you get? First,
Pete at this
Scratch
point
that.
rolls over, still seems like he's sleeping, and says, "You need a better weapon, Rom," and then falls back to sleep.
Yeah, that was one thing I noticed too, is that my halberd was not doing much. It whatever, and I had this thing custom made, silvered, and it wasn't enough. So
Sounds like we need holy magic. That's usually the first option. Fire, maybe not. Desert undead. Though I hear mummies are flammable. Yay for embalming fluids.
yeah.
Uh, let's see if we can get you on, find you a good place, or we can find an artifact that will get you. And hell, maybe I might find something interesting myself.
Yeah, I definitely think if we're going to end up dealing with this again, which I have a good feeling that we will be, I'm going to need something that hits a little harder.
Well, we can't all have magic. In any case, um, all right. So first, you stink. Fucking take a bath, because if we go into the library, even if it's syndicate controlled, with it, you as dirty as you are, they like the records intact.
All right, well, I'll go change quickly into something clean and prestidigitation and clean all the grime off and come out smelling like cinnamon.
Like shit. Here, take this. And I just, like out of exasperation, I just pull a random bar of soap, and then using Mage Hand, because I'm too contemptuous to just actually do that. Use Mage Hand, it drops into your hand because I'm not letting it that close to you. It's just like, here, this may help.
I'll take some time to get cleaned up.
Thank you. When we go into the deeper section of the archives, where we might find a hint. We're not going to go to the merchants. Here's why we're not going to go to the merchants. Undead rumors mean that all the merchants are going to charge out the nose and out the ass for any sort of weapon that does slightly, and half of them will be snake oil. Now, I can identify the snake oil, but I might have to kill one of them or two to do the lessons, and that's not going to be looked at kindly. So, we're going to look for another one in the archives.
That's a good idea.
I'll stick around in case drunk asshole wakes up. In which case, I'll query him for more information.
You're the asshole.
Yeah, he's not going to be much good for that.
Yeah, happens. It's not the first rogue you've picked up, and it's not the first one I've dealt with, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right. So you get cleaned up, and you both know that like the main consortium library is the place to do research. And being as you're both employed by the consortium, you have access to said library. And it is massive. You can spend like weeks in this thing trying to find records on everything from any recordable time. So, but that's the challenge, is finding things in it.
All right.
So, I already knew that. Are you both going to be doing research?
I would assume so.
I know you're looking specifically for. Well, actually, tell me, what are you specifically going to be looking for?
I was trying to decide because I think.
I mean, you can do both. You can find if there's more than one, you can do one and then the other.
Well, obviously, I need to find a weapon or some rumor or hint of something that might be able to combat undead. And then, more importantly, though, is just what the hell we ran into out in the desert. So, any lore or legends of great evils or threats to the city that happened way back when that somehow got taken care of one way or another.
All right, what are you going to look for first?
I'll do the legends and lore first.
Trying to see if there's anything that you know about.
Yeah.
If you can find out anything about an undead threat.
Yes. Or maybe a necromancer.
Okay.
Of some kind.
Well, It requires a work week, so 10 days
Okay.
to start doing research, and you have to spend 50 gold pieces on either materials, bribes, gifts, and other expenses, hiring people to go look in other places, like whatever. But it's like 50 gold pieces, and then you remember how this works from our other game. After one work week, you can make an intelligence check, and you can add a +1 bonus per 100 gold spent beyond the initial 50.
Okay.
Showing that you've spent more to do
Yeah.
it. So it's kind of the gambling thing. Do you just do the 50 gold and make an intelligence check to see what happens? Or
Yeah.
do you give yourself a up to +6 bonus for really a lot of money?
Now, does the +6 bonus count what I already have for intelligence?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's an intelligence. When you make the intelligence check, you make it with your normal intelligence, and then you add the bonus on top of your intelligence
Right,
bonus.
but you said it's up to a +6 bonus, but that
Oh
is
yeah,
that
no,
up-
no, no. It's just you can purchase up to +6 more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess to start with, I'll do. I'll do 2 extra work weeks to start with.
I mean, no, it's one work week. You just pay extra money. So you.
Oh yeah, right. So I'll pay for 2
200 gold.
extra.
So 250 gold total.
Yeah.
Go ahead and mark that off your sheet, and then make an intelligence check with a +2 on top of your intelligence check.
That is a 17 plus, so 22.
Nice. All right. So I also need you to make a percentile times.
A percentile?
Yeah.
21.
Okay. All right. During your work week, well, okay. While he's doing that, what are you doing for the week, Dare?
So for you know what? Screw it. I'll also I'll help him with that, because then my second attempt is going to be looking for any particularly magical items that will help me help defend against that. My natural aura is going to be somewhat more effective due to my the nature of where I get my magic. But I'm more concerned about defending myself and him from it. So I'm also going to be looking for helping him trace down the time period, and then when the time period is going to be, it's probably going to be when a magic or an item or a staff or a wand that might help deal with the issue, or at least
Yeah.
maybe something that will help me detect them easier.
Okay. You, by the way, with that roll, Cam, you actually, in the week, uncover 3 pieces of lore.
Okay.
So, first and foremost, you do find out that there was an attack a long time ago, and it was very obscure text you found it in. And you found out that it was followers of I don't know how to pronounce this necessarily, but
What you don't know how to pronounce your own creation?
no, this isn't my own creation. It's an actual Egyptian god, Rehorikti. He's a god of life and light in the Egyptian, and it was followers of him that fought back and imprisoned an undead, like a horrible undead blight, and the leader of which was imprisoned far north in the Desert of Kings, along with his scepter.
Son of a bitch.
So I will say that actually, since that was very, very pertinent information, that was 2 of the lore pieces you found out.
Okay.
The other one is you also, when you were hearing about these followers of Rehorikti, you found out that they also were reported to have a cache of treasure and weaponry that was used to fight off the undead in their ancient temple that has now been lost.
Okay.
And I don't have any battle bards playing.
No! No!
So there's no background noise happening. And I don't know what I should have play. Let's see. I guess I can wait for now. I should have. Oh, let's see. But anyhow, so that's what you learned in the week.
Okay.
So, I mean, you may have found that stuff out and, we're talking with each other.
Oh, yeah. I definitely would have told Dare about this and put 2 and 2 together that this was probably the scepter that we went and dug
Oh
up.
yeah, it doesn't take a genius to figure that one out.
No.
Considering how far north we traveled. All right,
I
so
guess let's see if this sound is good. Yeah, I like it. I just have to add it to the playlist. Okay.
Is it the Rahorikti? Is it RA dash?
It's RE-HORAKHTY.
I'm sorry, say that one again.
It's RE-HORAKHTY.
Gotcha.
So anyway.
All right, so then we know there's a temple or something out there that the followers. So is Rahorikti a god that is currently one that you'd see a temple for in the city?
Yes.
Okay. I wonder if going and talking to them specifically would be beneficial.
Perhaps. But I doubt they're going to just be happy. Oh, yeah, here, take our secret holy weapons. By the way, our secret temple that is lost all time is here, and we've noticed it.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a decent probability that that this guy. Did we get his name?
Yeah, did we get the name of
Nope.
the
was just-
being they locked away.
It was just an ancient evil. It was a really, really long time ago, like couple thousand years ago.
Alright, so we've got this ancient evil. Alright. So, here's what I think. We go to the. We do go. We go to the thing and listen for any. You go down to the tavern. And I know you're not that great at listening, but just kind of sit around
What
bullshit.
is that supposed to mean?
I mean, you'll look and draw lots of attention. Even you can't deny that. Not exactly nondescript.
Got. Cats, calm down.
Dogs are going crazy.
I think they're barking because they're hearing me roll the dice over here. I'm just kind of doing it, kind of.
That's funny. We listen for anything that anybody might have heard about like New Temple. Since if this guy got imprisoned by the evil, he probably smashed this thing. So we find out if any caravans recently in the desert came across something.
Make an intelligence check.
Both of us.
Him, since he's saying that stuff.
All right, let's see what I get. 12.
That's enough to realize that you guys actually opened an ancient crypt with a scepter in it, and a being came out of it when you did so.
Well,
And then two undead creatures came to life and attacked you right after it came out.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can't
that
just
might
put
be-
the genie back in the box.
we can't, but it might provide an excellent hint as to where we might find the rest. If it's not the temple itself. I don't think they would store the ultimate weapon next to the guy, but there's
No,
probably
they did say it was far to the north in the Desert of Kings from their temple.
Yes, so, but it would probably have at least a couple indications of where it went. Yes? So, I propose we send this and get appropriate supplies. Yes?
Yeah.
Maybe to the temple first. Be like, hey, we found this ancient evil temple. By the way, we totally didn't unleash the evil.
Yeah, I don't really want to.
Yeah, no, that wasn't a temple that you unleashed the evil in. It was just a crypt hidden in the desert very well, and you guys found it with the consortium's hints
Yeah,
as to where their research has led it to be.
So, we'll talk to the consortium. They probably have a diplomat to do so. Or a diplomat or somebody with the temple at least, who can be put that idea in the right ears and maybe get the information. I'm more a gatherer than a thing. And we can probably go find the temple. So that's what I propose we do.
Yeah, I have a feeling though the consortium's not gonna just let us go waltzing around. I mean, they wanted the scepter for some reason, and
Yeah.
it could be that the scepter and now this undead horde are a side problem that they don't really feel like they have to deal with. I mean, they wanted the scepter, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna help us do anything about the undead themselves.
And just so you know, the consortium, when they don't have you hired, are perfectly fine with you going after your own ends. If you need more
Yeah.
power, if you need to go find stuff, if you need to, do things for yourself, as long as you're not on a job for them, they don't care what you do. And
gather them.
there's kind of like a known culture in this area that, like, the way to go find powerful items is to go pilfer ancient tombs and things. So there's not really there's no in this culture of the desert that you're in, there's no like sanctity of leaving things the way they are. They just kind of rinse, repeat, and there's so much of it that they just figure like if anything, they're not like defiling a place. They're learning about history that has been forgotten and lost.
I think the best course of action is actually probably going to be going to the temple of Horekti and seeing if anyone of their older scholars or leaders know what we might be facing and where this temple supposedly was at one point, if that makes sense.
Sounds like a fine plan. Sounds like a fine plan. Well, don't smell like ass. How's
It
good
don't
as
smell like
sunset?
ass. So yeah, let's go to church.
I roll my eyes.
Okay. You do go to the church. Let's see if I picked a good church sound randomly just now.
Take me to church.
No.
I hate that song so bad.
Ah, yes. Some inspirational church music. Actually, it's not bad music for the town, since you're in a town of desert and light. Anyway,
Oh, that 10 is actually, that my dice came in, is actually remarkably good. Never mind the dust. Dice roll.
alright. So, you make yourself to the temple. You do find there is a large temple not too far from the palace that is a temple to Rihorikity.
Okay. Is there a lot of people there? Is it busy?
Yeah, it's a temple that people come in and out of, and there's definitely people that watch the place. It's very well traveled.
Alright, so the section to this god that I didn't try to write down because I can't pronounce it. So I'm just going to refer to it as this god until otherwise.
Well, don't worry. According to Google, there's like 9 different ways to spell it. So.
Oh, nice.
Alright, so
Is there a temple elder there or an attendant, someone to talk to?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're not during like normal although there are services throughout the day because people show up and worship whenever they want to show up and worship, but there is definitely priests on hand that.
Okay. I'll pick out the smartest looking one. I don't know. I don't know how you pick a priest. Which one of them doesn't touch children?
Oh my.
before we get too sidetracked,
Anyway,
we go for the mage with the most, or excuse me, the cleric with the most officious looking robes. Look at him, and then look at the other guy who looks like who is not in the officious looking robes that might maintain that temple's archives.
go ahead and make a perception check at advantage since you're both looking.
Okay. Me or him?
Whoever wants to helmet.
What's your passive perception?
Well, I get +4 perception checks right now, so.
Oh, fuck it. Let's see how my first roll tonight is gonna be.
You go.
12 and a 10. But wait, I use guidance. Spells, yay for cantrips. That's a 1d4. So we'll add d4 to it. Okay, thing.
And he rolls a 1.
Well, I did roll a 2. So,
Perfectly average.
grand total of 14 on the roll.
You do notice someone kind of like walking through the back of the temple with looks like a couple books in his hand.
It's just like, he probably knows. I do the courtesy of dropping a couple silver in the or in whatever like temple thing or contribution thing.
In the offering plate.
Yeah, that basically. So that we're like, so that they're not like, oh, what are these guys doing here? No, we're here, little temple contribution. We look like we're semi well off, or warriors, and the rumors of undead shouldn't make it look too uncomfortable for us to be here. So in any case, yeah, I do that, drop a couple silver, and then move on, and be like, sir, might I have a moment of your time?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm kind of busy right now, but what do you need?
Oh, we were looking for some an obscure record. I was obscure record, and you seemed like the Wesendald sort who might be up for a challenge. We're looking.
Maybe, but I mean, what records aren't obscure in these places?
Ah, true. We're looking for, what was the name of the temple?
It's an ancient Rehorikti temple. So this is a temple that
We're looking for records on the ancient Rehorikti temples. We're very curious as to what sort of architecture and defenses they might have had. Simply because, look, we're concerned about the undead threat, and we want to be assured that our new temples might have similar defenses.
Make a persuasion check.
You sure there wouldn't be a deception check?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of both, because you're deceiving him as to why you're looking for it, and you're also... Well, okay, so make a deception check first to see if he believes you, and then a persuasion check to see if he's going to actually help you.
All right.
I'm doing something to help. I don't know what that would be.
I'm quietly muttering under.
I'm keeping my mouth shut. That should be helpful enough.
Just prior to this, I entered guidance. So, but it didn't. Okay, so that's not.
I mean, he didn't say he was helping you, so maybe he was distracting him a little bit by like touching things or something, and he kept looking over and not really paying attention. And
so, with the +7 bonus to that, it's a 13.
Do the advantage too. See if you roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's much better. With a +7 bonus to that, that's so 1 + 17, so 24 total.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he's like, oh, yeah, of course, we need to be prepared. We have some archives here. They're not as filled out as the Consortium archive, but they have to do with our religion and the temples. There's some mentions of ancient temples in there, but you said you wanted to see the records. What?
There's one temple in particular we were looking for, and unfortunately, it's probably one of the ones that's lost most to time.
I mean, we have some really old records, but they're generally off limits to anyone that's not, a clergy here.
Would 25 gold change your mind?
Make a persuasion check. With disadvantage, since he is a holy man.
Before what my inept brethren would say, inept friends.
With disadvantage, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so with disadvantage, that's a 19.
Wow.
Because
Okay.
I rolled a natural 20 and then an 18 then, because I have a -1 to persuasion, and I rolled a 19 and a natural 20.
My eyes go wide and I go, guidance!
He's just like,
Yes, +3, that's a 21.
he's just like, how dare you? I would not. You think I could? What?
Just
and he
consider it
takes.
a donation
He walks
to-
away. He walks away and takes the gold out of your hand and like doesn't close the door behind him all the way and keeps leaving.
Come on, let's go.
I just look at him like
I go.
I just shrug and fucking follow. Like I'm not into. That was some of the. It's just like I'm used to some level of subtlety. Like I've bribed many of people before. I've bribed clergymen before. It's usually like, hey, look, donation to the temple. It's very good. Yeah, see, you'll be helping these people. And
yeah, I guess I could have said to begin with that it could be a donation to the temple.
I'm just gonna look at it like you are an idiot. It works, but you are an idiot.
Yeah, you go into this room
If it
and
sounds stupid, but it works, it's not stupid.
It's still stupid.
you go into this room, and it kind of goes down some stairs into like a musty hallway, and then it opens up into like this ancient room that's kind of in a very kind of temperature neutral place in the temple, and it is covered wall to wall, like both. It's like basically it's almost like a long room with scrolls covering both walls. And it doesn't take you very long to realize that the scrolls furthest down away from you at the end of the room are the oldest.
Okay.
But there's a lot. So, basically, since you guys are both looking for mentions of ancient temples, go ahead and both make investigation checks as you're both searching.
Alright, so I was just like, oh, for the love of God, guidance. A D4.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I can only do that one check at a time, so.
So that's a 17 for me.
Okay.
And a 18 for me as well.
All right. You search and you find some mentions of some temples, but none of them seem to be like anything of it. It doesn't seem like you found any like secret information in the time that you've been down here so far, and you've been searching for about, I'd say, 30 minutes, and you're lucky nobody's come down, but you figure maybe he's the only one on duty that's down here at the moment. You don't hear anybody coming or anything, so do you want to search some more?
Yeah, I'll keep searching.
Yeah. I'm assuming, by the way, that we shut the door behind us.
I don't know, did you?
Yes.
You didn't say it, so
I shut it and lock it if it can be locked.
so you go back and lock it or shut
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Good thing I have a set of thief tools on us if we just locked ourselves in here. Alright, hey guys. Yeah, so, let's keep searching. We need to find this information.
Okay.
Well, that's a 22 investigation roll that time.
Okay.
It's going to be, unless I roll in that 20, but let's see. No, I rolled a 4.
You actually, Rom, do find a mention of an ancient temple. There are notes next to it that say that it might be just rumor, because there's no way that we would have not found it, because it's rumored to be buried underneath the city, and everyone knows the city's at sea level, so how could it possibly be there?
Well, everyone knows that it's this ancient temple is buried under this city? Or?
That's the rumor, is that this city was built on top of something else, but everyone's kind of just as I said, you saw notes in your checks that basically say that they think it's not real because, you know, there's a sewer system underneath the city and nobody's ever found anything.
All right. Does this room you know what? Screw it. Does this room happen to have any odd connections or to anywhere that I can like readily notice?
Mm-mm.
All right. So If it's a place under the temple, then it's probably underneath the palace, since usually that's the center of the city.
This palace actually wasn't the center of the city. The center of this city is actually the marketplace.
Alright, so usually...
Well, if you were an ancient evil and you knew that the people who've imprisoned you the first time had a temple buried underneath the city,
They might not know the city is there, but yeah.
that you...
It's buried a long time ago.
True. But if you assumed that your greatest enemy was
In this
here,
location.
you'd probably come pretty quickly to tear them to pieces, wouldn't you?
Yep. So, I'd
It's-
say, let's see. So, was there anything else like readily available in the information? Like, they don't think it. Okay, so they don't think it exists. All right. So,
But it
They-
seemed like, with his investigation role, it seemed like it was a pretty legitimately old scroll that they've just kind of like did some scribbles on the back of it saying, "We've checked. There's nothing down there," kind of thing. It must be just rumor or legend.
all right. So this sounds like we need to ask the street urchins. We'll always find those places to hide. You might know.
Street urchins, or this one might be one where we should talk to somebody in the consortium.
Mm,
Because, I mean, well, if you were doing things in and out of the city, you'd probably know all the secret passages and sideways and escape routes and everything else. So if there was an odd place that you found, maybe you didn't really need to go down that area, but somebody who explored down there might have found something, and I bet they would be the ones to talk to.
They wouldn't also tell the other people. Yeah. All right. So.
Yeah, that would be something they'd keep to themselves.
All right, let's poke our poke my eye through the keyhole on the exit. See if there's anybody right on the other side or nearby.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like anybody's out there right now.
All right. Is it like a bar that can be just like casually unlocked from this side?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get out of here. We got.
Yeah, let's go. On the way out, I'll drop another couple gold pieces in the offering plate.
Okay.
All right, so since we probably, because it sounds like the consortium operates in cells, well, we would head to my information gathering cell, I think. Or is there like a home base, or is there like a place where it would be more ready to get information? Like,
Usually it's the actual, the library is where most of the people that peddle in information are.
I was gonna say, is there somebody we would know working for them? Would there be somebody in particular we know to talk to?
or get in touch with one of their primary smugglers?
Yeah, you would know like people that run in those circles, absolutely.
So assuming that it's what time of day is it or so?
You're still probably midday at this point.
All right. So I suggest that we go find that guy and then offer to buy him lunch or whatever, and then see if we can get us this information.
Okay. He's a dwarf named Burl.
Do I know anything about about Burl?
He's good at what he does. smuggling things in and out of the city.
Okay, well, we'll go find Burl to talk to him.
Okay. He's usually not too hard to find. He actually, he, like many other people in the consortium, like to frequent the Vales for one, and he also you've seen him at the Bilge-Rat a few times too, and you know basically where his place of business is. He runs a curiosity shop essentially, and then that's like his kind of cover business. He's got a bunch of curious items, and he can get you curious items.
Let's try to visit him while he's at work.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind visiting him while he's at the Bilge-Rat, although if he's too drunk, he might not be any use. And I definitely don't want to visit him while he's working or doing stuff at the Vales.
Well, that and he'll probably have a nice private room where we can talk. Yes.
And if he's at the Vales, you don't know who's going to be listening.
Okay.
So yeah, we head there.
Okay.
And head to his workplace.
You do go to his shop, and he is in and just kind of like looking through items he has on the shelf, kind of doing some like inventory when you show up. And he knows you. I mean, he's seen you guys around, so he's just like, "Oi, what can I do for ya?"
Is there anybody else in the shop, or is it just him?
Just him right now. He doesn't really try to advertise business. His business is other business.
Listen, we're looking for
change
something.
It away from the spiritual music at this point.
I don't know. This could be a holy place for somebody.
As the freaking D&D equivalent of weed, fucking the waist out the door, just like.
So listen, Burl. We're looking for something in particular, or some place in particular, I guess I should say. There's some old rumors that there's a temple buried underneath the city. And you being you, I figured if there was something down under the sewers, a place you'd been to, something you'd seen, or maybe one of your guys had seen, that you would know where to point us.
I mean, if we had found it, we would have plundered it already. All I can tell you is that the oldest part of the sewers is closest to the water. The rest is all newer. There's some old stone down there.
You ever run into any traps or anything down there?
No, just gotta be careful. The sewers get cleaned by the tides.
Is there a particular time where it's safest to go?
Lately, I think it's early morning
Okay.
when we're at the lowest tide.
Oh, while we're here, do you happen to have any potions of water breathing? Just in case we're a bit late.
Sorry, it's not something I carry.
What do you carry? What have you got in store?
You can see that mostly this store is all junk. It's just junk that he, like, it's like totally like things that, like, if you were to come to a touristy place, he's got the touristy crap shop. It's all like stuff that anyone that lives here does not want to buy.
Well,
Because as I said, his business is other business.
yeah, well, we both know I wasn't talking specifically about that.
Yeah. No, as I said, his business is actually, it's not selling things. His business is getting things in and out of the city.
Yeah.
So, whether that's people or artifacts that somebody needs to smuggle in or out, or... He doesn't really sell things that would be useful to an adventurer unless you need something smuggled in or out.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
Alright, I suggest that we spend the rest of the time preparing. then head down there tomorrow morning. Which I know I would know of of a reasonably priced shop that might sell these potions. Or
Those aren't very common. So to buy a potion of water breathing, you'd have to actually do some research and find it or make it.
all right, so I don't have the capability of making it probably, considering I have no
It would
alchemical background.
take some time.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got some time to kill. Let's stock up on a couple minor healing potions, since I can't always be getting your ass up.
Yeah, I think I'm about empty on those after the last the incident.
Yeah, and that you can find. Healing potions aren't. There's definitely shops around that sell them here. So.
Yep, I am out of healing potions.
And they're their standard price, which I believe is what, 50 gold apiece? Or 50 gold apiece.
I think full price they're $100 or 100 gold.
No.
No.
Potion of healing. Oh yeah, it's 50.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go buy 2.
I'll take 3. I'll take 3 just as a matter of principle.
Okay.
Minus 150. Let's see. There we go. So suggest. So do we know where the nearest entrance to the sewer is? Near the.
Yeah, can I go down to the waterfront and like scout out where I might think we could enter?
I
Absolutely.
say, hey, yeah, I come with him. Yeah.
We'll just scout tonight, and in the morning we'll go.
Closest to the water, there's a couple places. There is the river bisects the town, so there is a section
froze.
of the water. I froze.
I think I disconnected.
Oh, we can still hear you. Oh no,
Okay.
there you are. Okay, you froze for a second. Yeah. There is a section of the town that's closer to the palace that is on the water, and then there's a section across the river that is a larger section of the town that's kind of like the poorer section that starts heading out towards the wall.
All right. Divide and conquer, shall we?
Well, I wasn't gonna go in. I was just looking for entrances.
That's fair enough.
'Cause he said that we should go at low tide, so I was just looking for the entrances at the moment. So if we go in the morning, would that get how long would that give us before the tide starts coming in? About 4 hours.
I mean, yeah, it's low tide. Like, it starts coming out at low tide, it's all the way out, and then it starts coming back in. So, yeah, probably
So
like 6 hours, something like that.
Okay.
So we're gonna want to come in when it's dark, probably. Give us
Yeah,
some time.
when the tide's still going out, and that'll give us some time for it to be low tide.
Yep. Suggest we not carry torches. Use a little bit of prestigiation to give us at least a little bit of light. Oh wait. Sun sticks. How common are those?
How common are what?
Sun sticks.
Sun steaks.
Sticks. Basically, D&D sticks literally enchanted with the light cantrip. They're relatively common.
I mean, do they actually sell those? I've never even seen that.
Well, they're not in the equipment manager on D&D Beyond.
I'm trying to remember what they were called.
Yeah, I don't see
but
anything.
Basically, they were an alchemical light source as opposed to a heat-based one.
In this area, most people use fire or light spells in general. So,
Because taking fire into sewers might not. Well, never mind. It's cleaned by the tide. It'd be fine.
Yeah.
I can see in the dark.
Yeah, I'm the one who needs some fucking goggles of night.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a less common item.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll have you carry the torch anyway.
Yeah, I'll once we've kind of satisfied with where we think we'll be going, I will go pack a bag.
Okay. But you're gonna go check out and see if you have any entrances. You guys are dividing up and looking at different entrances in different places.
Yeah.
You said there were two entrances, right? One
Well,
that's
there's 2 areas that are near the water, and they're
Oh, okay.
good-sized chunks. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
talking
so we'll-
like half
I thought
a
you were
kilometer
saying-
each.
okay.
in
I thought you
size,
were
length.
saying that there were 2 entrances. One was there and one was the other place. Okay.
No,
Okay,
2.
yeah. So let's work together and kind of
Yeah.
spot this in one rather than splitting up.
Yeah, I will give you assistance looking because you can guidance yourself.
Well,
I could actually guidance you, but
finding actual like sewer entrances isn't too terribly hard because they're big, basically big metal grates that
Yeah.
feed down into the sewer. But yeah, right now when you see them, the closer to the shore you get, the more when you're looking at them, you see that they're water. They're filled with water.
Yeah.
So really, it's going to be about you're going to spend the rest of the day like looking in different sewer grates, trying to see if any of them are older stone.
Yeah.
yeah.
So, what side are you going to look at first? The side closest to the palace, or the side away from it?
Side away from it, because I mentioned
Yeah.
the palace is relative, compared to newer.
Well, I mean, the palace has been around for a long time, actually, but so has most of the city's pretty old.
Okay, then you know what? Let's go for the palace side. Just check.
Okay. Do you have any skills that would help you discern what stone is old or new?
I have tinkerer's tools. Don't really know if that'll help.
Let's see.
I have a magnifying glass.
I just see you like kneel down on the grates, like looking in this.
Aside from being proficient in the dwarfish language, which I can imagine that they would talk a ton about it. Let's see.
Are either of you proficient in history?
No.
No. I have a +3. That is one of my positive modifiers.
So it might be just an intelligence check, and then you have some knowledge of history that might help you see older architecture.
Sure.
All right. Well, are you gonna go ahead and?
You have base 0 or base 0 bonus.
Okay.
yeah.
So
Oh.
I guess.
No, my history, I do have a bonus to it, so...
Okay, so I will give you guidance. So,
Okay. A D4, correct?
And you guys are both looking, so go ahead and have advantage on it.
Okay.
All right, so I'll give you a roll my d4 for you real quick. And a 4. Yeah, you get a 4
Okay,
bonus.
so that's a 24 then, because my first roll was a 17.
Okay.
Second roll was a 10.
Even with that roll, you spend a good chunk of the rest of the afternoon, and you do find a sewer grate that is fairly close to the palace, like outside the palace walls, but also like it's almost up against the outside wall of the city, and it's fairly close. It's like in between the palace and well, I should say it's actually closer to the docks than the palace. But it definitely looks like the stonework in there is much older than any of the other stonework you've seen.
Alright.
Well, this looks like it might be our entrance. I'm looking around for, like, is this like hard welded into the stone, melted into the stone? Is there a way to get in? via this way?
It does look like that you can. It's locked, so people can't just go in, but it's like a heavy padlock, and for the people that want to go in for checking for things, cleaning it, but keeping riffraff out of it.
They pull out. I don't actually pull them out, but like case.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, oh yeah. I look at. It was like it looks like we found their entrance.
Yeah.
I think. What's that? As we're walking away, I quietly mutter to him, "Is your rogue? I know I'm pretty good at it, but how good is your little rogue buddy? He's good for stealing things, yes?"
Yeah, he can probably get us through. We just gotta sober him up before the morning.
Mostly.
Get fun with that.
Yep.
He's not my floor. He's vomiting on.
He usually doesn't vomit on the floor. Usually.
Oh, so I don't want to know where he does. Might explain his smell. In any case. Not that I should be complaining. We're about to enter into a source.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's meet up here. It's a few hours before dawn.
Yeah.
That way, the tide is receding. If necessary, we can just pretend to be doing stuff elsewhere, and then come back every hour or so until we've got something that is clear. Some week plan?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Alright, so we do that. We get a nice, good rest.
Okay. So you go into your apartments, or I don't know if you stay at his or you go to your own. I'm sure you go to your own. And you have a night rest, and you tell Pete to not hit the bottle too hard tonight so that
Yep.
he doesn't, hopefully.
And then we start off in the morning.
Alrighty. So you wake up nice and early. I don't know how
Nice and early, I
like-
pack a bag.
Now the question
with
is, I've always wondered this. Sure, you're going to get up early. How?
I've always wondered the same thing. I imagine at some point if I woke up in the night to pee, that I'd just stay up.
Well, and the other thing is that, and this is something that, as a side note, humans have by and large lost their ability to easily sense time or the progression of things going on. The humans, without it, we didn't used to rely on watches.
Yeah. Just
We
wake.
used to have a general picture of what time of day it was by either the sun, the position of the stars, the position of the moon. Like, really, be like, so if you like, I
I'm
don't know about
guessing you would
but
just go to bed early enough so that you would wake up early
Yeah.
enough.
Well,
yeah,
and I read a
can tell
thing.
myself to wake up at a time, and I will wake up roughly at a time.
I read a thing that said that Native Americans would drink a lot of water
Oh, yeah.
and
Water alarm.
basically
I've done that.
force their bodies to get up. So
All right. So, well, anyway, you get up. It's before dawn, and Pete's snoring on your couch still.
yeah, and I let him sleep for a minute while I grab some things. My tools of the trade, you know.
Yep.
I'm gonna remove the Ruby of the War Mage from my halberd and put it on my scimitar because I'll take a long sword just because it'll probably be easier to use a sword in sewers rather than
So you're going to leave your halberd.
yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna bring the basics. I'm gonna bring rope and
Stuff in a Explorer Dungeoneer's pack.
sledgehammer and couple rations just in case.
Okay.
So, and I'll bring my shield. And then I'll get Pete up and go meet Dare.
Hey, how do you get Pete up?
I whack him.
All right. He's like, falls off the couch. He's like, I'm ready to go. Let's
Come on,
let's
old man.
go.
We got stuff to do.
Of course, yes. Okay, let's go.
Bring your tools. We need you to unlock a door.
Oh yes. Where did I put those? I forget my own name. Oh wait, I did. He's like looking around. You notice them. They're on his belt.
There. You've got them, Pete. Come on, let's go.
How'd they get there? I could have sworn I took them. Okay, well, let's go.
Okay.
Let's see what my character did not see any of that, but I was just like,
Okay, so you guys take off.
I'm-
It is quiet this time of night. Just the lapping of waves on the shore. It is a large city, so there are still people walking around and stuff, but it's, as with any place, usually at this time it's mostly guards or the random person walking.
Let's try to go away so that we kind of miss the guards. I don't really want to be questioned
Okay.
right now.
And it is close to the wall, just so you know. And there are guards that patrol the top of the wall. So make a stealth check. Group stealth check, actually. Including
oh,
Pete.
goody. I'm proficient in stealth for the win.
Well, I am not, and I also roll at disadvantage because of heavy armor. But I rolled a 16 and a 19, so
Nice.
16
Okay,
for me.
What'd Pete get?
Let me look at his mod.
He should be good.
He's a +6, so
I also rolled a 16.
ha. Pete rolled worse than me. He rolled a 7, so he has a 13.
I see that drunk ass, and then I'm just like,
No, it's too late now. You have to declare beforehand. Anyway, so he, even though he's drunk, he's still being fairly quiet. He stumbles a few times, and you actually manage to be like, "Wow, I'm quieter than Pete is right now. This is crazy." But you do seem to not draw any attention to yourself, and you find yourself in the, dead of the morning, standing above a sewer grate.
All right, do your work, Pete.
Oh, yes. He takes his tools out. Go ahead and make a roll on his. It's basically his proficiency bonus in Dex.
Okay. That would be a 15.
Yeah, he's just kind of like. Oh, this one's a hard one.
Don't worry, you can.
Would you like some help?
Oh, whoa.
What is his proficiency bonus, by the way? Like, how long has he been lockpicking, so to speak?
I think it should be a +6.
Total with his proficiency on Dex?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just like, here. Maybe give you that extra little boost, and I
Okay.
look at him. Guidance.
Okay.
What is that? Well, a little bit of an extra boost, just one.
Okay. So 24 then.
All right. He's like, this time he's like, it opens right up. Does it expertly.
What can I see down underneath?
Right now you see a ladder going down, and it's a dead end where the ladder is, and it just goes off in one direction. But it's dark, so you can't really see too far.
Okay.
And he sees it goes off in that direction. It's just kind of a wet floor.
I'll crawl down first, and once I get to the bottom, pull out a torch.
Okay.
And
It's
light it.
definitely like the smell down here is the combination of refuse and seawater.
I will light the torch with prestidigitation.
Okay. You see a thin 5-foot wide sewer tunnel made of old stone blocks, and it kind of has like a little bit of a steepled peak to it. It's actually made like old school, like cornerstones, and or the weight stone in the middle. With what am I trying to think? What's the name of that stone?
Like a lodestone?
Yeah, like a lodestone in the middle. Like it's kind of like, so it's the stone are actually designed to hold each other up, and it's
Keystone is the actual word.
keystone.
Keystone,
Yes,
yeah.
that's the word I'm looking for. And it just goes off in the distance,
Okay.
farther than the light goes. You do, I think,
Alright,
at the
so I can see
at the
beyond
edge of
that?
the light vision. What's that? Oh, you can see a little further. Yeah,
Yeah, I have 60 feet of dark vision, so I can see 60 feet beyond that.
yeah. So you see that about. Well, I mean, I think he can see it too. 35 feet out, you can see it looks like there's an intersection, and then it goes off in the distance straight ahead as well, as far as the eye can see.
Okay.
All right, I take the
Do
time.
you guys? Pete comes down last, I guess, and closes the gate behind you guys and relocks it.
Yeah.
I take the time. I lightly tap the staff of defense on the ground, and you see a wave of armor, or a shimmer of light briefly surround me. And mage armor takes effect.
Okay.
I'll keep my sword out just in case, though I would imagine I probably don't need it right this second, but just in case, I'll keep a torch up in one hand and sword out with the other.
Okay.
And we'll start walking.
All right. You get up to the intersection, and you see that it basically goes. It goes as far off to the right, out of vision. It still goes straight ahead, out of vision, and then to the left, it goes about 20 feet before it narrows into a really thin passageway.
Okay. Since we were looking at stone earlier, is there a way to kind of look at the stone and see if I can discern which direction is probably the correct path?
From here, it looks like it's all old stone, so you'd have to go down further to see
Okay.
if it changes or not.
So left or straight?
Let's see. Which direction is the direction that's towards the tide?
Well, you're heading away from it, technically.
Oh, okay.
So you're not sure
which
where.
direction is the direction towards the palace?
Straight ahead is towards the palace.
All right.
And to your right would be towards the outer walls of the city, and to your left goes towards the river.
Well, it's probably not towards the river.
Might be, but still. Yeah, underneath. So it's definitely towards the palace or towards the river. I would actually think that it might be towards the river. I don't know. Does towards the river actually?
That's the side that gets really thin, like gets down to about like 2.5 foot wide passage.
Let's get. And it heads into the city proper, or
It's kind of heading.
just like the general direction, like obviously.
The one toward the palace kind of heads into the city further, but that palace is kind of like a little off the outskirts. The one that's heading toward the river, basically the river cuts in towards the middle of the city a little bit more, but if it's going towards the river, it's probably, I mean, you're not sure where it goes after that. You just know it's heading that direction. But the center of the city isn't really any direction you're going. It would be, I guess the center of the city would be closer to the way the river's going.
Well, if it was built on top of city, and we can't tell which way, we can always backtrack.
Yeah.
let's. I vote we head towards the river, because in all honesty, if we're wrong there, it's not that much of a problem. If we get caught in the middle of the night, in a place near the palace, Syndicate only bails us out so much.
Yeah, this is true. Okay, then I guess we'll do that then. We'll try the path that goes kind of towards the river first.
Okay. You get about 20 feet in, and then it gets to that really narrow, like 2.5 foot wide chunk of it that goes for only about 5 feet at that thin. It looks like it like the weight of things up on top of it has kind of made the stone like bow in a little bit.
Okay. So that path becomes pretty much unusable.
Well, I mean, it's only for about 5 feet that it's that thin, and then it widens back out after that. You can see.
Oh, okay.
So, let's see. Do you want to head first as our weighty and meaty companion with me in the middle and then the rogue afterwards? Do you want to check for traps, or do you want, like, you're running the show in this particular case?
I'll go first. It's fun.
All right, you scrape through, and it's just like you really have to wiggle through. You think you get stuck for a minute, but you're like your armor's scraping against the sides of the wall, and then you pop out the other side.
Okay.
I asked him if he sees anything of note.
About 30 feet out, it looks like it starts curving to the left.
Well, it curves up ahead, but other than that, no.
Interesting. Alright, we'll head, alright, I just kinda, since thankfully I'm a skinnier person, and also not wearing a ton of armor, beyond, magical stuff, but that's...
Yeah, you squeeze through easier than he does. Pete has a little bit of a beer gut, and he has a hard time squeezing through, but he's pretty dexterous. So yeah. So if he does it, he has to use his dexterity, which he's pretty dexterous.
Yep.
All right, let's keep heading down this passageway. Yeah.
Yep. Let's go.
Okay, you get to the corner, and you see the corner just does like kind of a slow curve, and then starts going back the direction you originally came from, towards the water, and it starts descending.
Let's make this quick, but we got to be careful. Because if I was an ancient temple, I'd be trapped.
This is true.
But how many hours do we have to spare? I don't know.
Not a long
This
time.
is probably only taking us a couple minutes to get through. So, alright, so I suggest we proceed cautiously. We did come here early.
It starts like it's slippery, and it gets more and more wet as you start going down. And you definitely see like remnants of seaweed and whatnot. And you start hearing the surf of the ocean relatively quickly.
Okay. Is there starting to be standing water at all?
Yeah. It doesn't take too long before you start hitting standing water, because it is kind of going down.
Yeah. So eventually, does it just cut and there's water and we can't go any further?
Pretty much, yeah. You can see it gets deep, and it's like going like, you can see it's like waves actually hitting it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Alright. So... this could be one of two things. One, does the tunnel, is it still a ton of old stone when we strip away?
This has turned more into, it left away from the old stone, and it's turned more into like a cave almost. At this
Okay.
point. It's got much more rough.
Okay.
So I don't think this is the way that we...
Nah, we'll start heading back to that junction.
Okay. So you get back to the junction. You've got straight ahead now. You've squeezed once again through the thin spot. You've got straight ahead now, which is the part heading towards the wall, and then you have left, which heads towards the palace.
Well, I don't think it's the direction of the wall.
Nope, I would agree with you there. Let's head towards the palace.
Yep.
Okay. It's a pretty long tunnel. Like, you just keep going and going, and I mean, it goes for quite a while. But I guess go ahead and make perception checks for everyone.
Do I get advantage because dark vision?
No, actually, even perception checks, even with dark vision, when it's fully dark, well, when he's got a torch, you don't get disadvantage on a perception that does sight, but even with dark vision, it's considered seeing in
14,
dim light,
I get it.
so it's disadvantage.
Well, I rolled a 16. Pete rolled a 2.
I rolled a 14. I got my exact passive perception.
Okay. I mean, it's definitely old stone, but you're not seeing anything that stands out.
Okay.
And you keep going, and eventually it starts heading into like newer architecture again. You can see the stone change to a newer stonework, and you figure either it's not this way or you miss something.
Okay. Well,
Let's head back through the tunnel
can we?
once more. Because he said, because there's no way that this smuggler doesn't know about this tunnel. He said there was old stone. So let's look again very carefully.
Yeah, maybe in that area there's like a hidden lever or something, a side passage that we missed.
How long did it take us to traverse this tunnel, by the way?
I mean, I'd say that you've been down here about an hour now.
All right, so, damn it, because I can only concentrate on detect magic for 10 minutes. Might or might not help, but we'll find. Let's see what we can find a little bit, right?
Yeah, can we go back and see if we can find
Do
a hidden passage of some kind, maybe?
Sure.
Okay.
Good. Make some perception rolls for everyone.
Perception or investigation?
Perception.
So Pete must just still be drunk, because he rolled a natural 1 that time. I rolled a 17.
He's like looking
plus-
at the ceiling. You see him just walking down like, nice stonework.
so I rolled a 21 total.
Okay.
Same.
All right. You're like kind of this time like using your hands against the wall, and you both feel just an imperceptible shift in the wall as a whole. Like it seems to jut just slightly out further towards you than the rest of the wall does, and you wouldn't have noticed had you not been like trailing your fingers across the wall, like looking as you were doing, and it seems a little bit. It looks like it's such an old piece of the wall. It's been worn smooth.
Mm-hmm. Does there appear to be a way to open it?
Not that you can see.
All right. This is, I think, the point when I'm going to cast detect magic and see if I can find anything unusual.
Okay.
So it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yep. You don't
Magic
detect any
concentrate.
magic, at least not on your, other than the stuff on your persons.
Yeah, obviously. I'll keep that in concentration while I do
Well-
that.
I'll do it the old-fashioned way then, and I'll pull out my sledgehammer.
Okay.
And I will crack it a couple of times against the wall to see if I can punch a hole in it and see anything through it.
Okay. You hit it a couple times, and you can't even tell it's hollow. It seems like it's really thick. Like, I mean,
Okay.
whatever it is, it sounds like it's just solid wall.
Okay.
Oh, we could try keywords like.
I'll get out my my crowbar and try to pry. You said it's like kind of sticks out just a
Slightly
hair.
sticks out, yeah.
I'll try to pry it open. My
Like a
crowbar.
strength check.
As I see him pull out the crowbar and just like.
Guidance.
I'm standing back and I'm like. Guys,
Yeah.
I don't. 3 tier.
So a straight strength check with +3 from guidance makes that the 26.
Nice. Yeah, you put the crowbar in there and the wall kind of goes and starts like coming out a ways. And
Well, folks, that's all my luck for the evening.
and it keeps
We'll see what happens now.
it keeps moving, and you realize this is about 3 foot thick stone door.
Christ, no wonder I couldn't hammer through it.
And it kind of comes out, and you can see that it's not even really a door. It's just a big stone slab that was really smooth.
Yeah.
And you're able to pry it open enough that you can see in, and you see there is a room beyond.
Okay. I'll gather up my tools and I'll give Pete the torch and I'll light up a second torch so we have a little bit more light.
Okay.
And then I'll ask him to go ahead and check for traps.
Alrighty.
Which is what kind of check?
That would be perception, actually.
Perception?
Yep.
Well, he's doo-doo at those. So, 9.
Since I have detect magic up,
it's not. Yeah, there's no traps here. It's too old.
We'll have detect magic up. Do I have, since that's going to be up for the next 10 minutes or so, do I detect any sort of magic, be it trap or otherwise? Like, I'm just looking for auras.
Nope. Nothing. So do you guys enter the room?
Carefully.
This room has, it's about 15 feet by 15 feet square, and has giant pictograph murals that are on both the left and right and the hall in front of you. They look like they've been worn with time. They look like that they've seen a lot of seawater, and they're very hard to read. But do you?
I'll get a closer look at those.
Okay. The pictographs on the walls, they're faded from untold years of water erosion. Very difficult to make out. But from what you can discern from the faded stories on the walls, is a great city was once under your feet. Some calamity occurred, causing the water to rise, and the water kept rising slowly. The walls were built, but the water kept rising. Eventually the city had to be abandoned. But such a treasure should not be lost, so it was sealed off, and the other city was built on top of it. It also says something about how the last of the Rehoric, the priests, was sealed below to protect the great temple of the city.
That might be useful.
Well, it looks like we're in the right place. So what else is in this room then?
That's it, as far as you can see.
Looking around, is there another like visible like door or exit?
Where are you looking?
I'm looking on the floor,
Okay.
like for a passage that goes down.
Alrighty. Go ahead and make a perception check.
And these wormwood dice are rolling great. 18.
not affiliated with Wormwood, but they are awesome.
Not affiliated with Wormwood. But I love my dice box.
Yes, me too. What'd you roll?
18 total.
It doesn't look like there's anything on the floor.
Okay.
I'll
Other
take a
than
look.
some leftover moisture.
Can I tell if is the moisture going anywhere?
Looks like it just pools in the room.
Okay.
On the side of the mural where it involves this city being flooded, can I see anything about it?
Basically, everything I told you is all that was readable. It's like bits and pieces. Like there's a whole history that was once here, but all you can make out is that some flood took out a city, and they finally had to abandon it, but they didn't want to lose it, so they encased it and built above it.
All right, I'll look
And
for.
it seems very, very old, like way older than even the stone in the.
If I go
sewers.
around tapping the walls, do I hear any difference?
No.
Okay.
I look at the walls and see if I can't find. Once again, muttering guidance underneath my breath. Look at the wall directly opposite the entrance.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Yep. Nat 20 for the win.
All right, you are certain that there are no secret passageways on the walls. Or that wall. Go ahead and make a perception roll for Pete, by the way. With
For
advantage.
Pete? With
Actually,
advantage?
Yeah.
Well, that's good because he's got plus 0, so that's a 17 for Pete.
He goes, huh. That's interesting. You see he's still looking at the ceiling.
I'll look up at the ceiling.
You see what looks like basically like a stone hatch almost there.
Any way to get up to it?
Not really.
All right. Well, let's see. That's probably stone, but I just use Mage Hand and push against it a little.
Mage Hand isn't quite strong enough. It looks like it like budges a little bit, but it can't really get it.
All right, here it's time for some.
And the reason why it looked like a hatch, by the way, is it kind of looks like one of those attic entrances, but it's just like you see the main stone blocks, and then you see one block that's slightly smaller that looks like it's filling in the rest.
Well, who weighs the least, and who's the strongest?
Well, I'm probably the strongest, but you probably weigh less than me or Pete.
All right. Well, let's try this dexterity stuff. I'm gonna try to balance on your shoulders. We lift up. I'll try to push on that. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you guys are heroes, so it's not going to take a roll to balance on the shoulders. You push on it. I mean, it is a 10-foot ceiling in this room, so I mean, like when you're standing, kind of sitting on his shoulders or standing, you can kind of, it does push up, and you can see that there's some kind of space beyond.
All right. So, can I like push up and push aside, or?
Which way are you pushing it?
Like when I pushed it up, did it like lever open like this?
No, it
or?
like pushes like straight up.
Okay, so, this was.
And once you push
relatively-
it up, you see that it's like a stone block that actually is 5 feet across, but it has like a lip that's like, you know, sticks out further so that it sets down into the ceiling perfectly.
Kind of like a drywall tile.
Yep.
Or a drop ceiling tile.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, I push it. Yes. towards the center of the room, or towards the far end?
The actual that tile is in the exact center of the room.
Okay, so towards the far end.
Towards the mural or towards the door.
Towards the mural.
Yep. Okay. You slide it, it goes, and you can see that there's like 2.5 feet of stone or so, and then it's a passage. It looks like there's some kind of passage up there.
All right, so I mentioned that, and since collective total, he's how tall are you?
I don't know, 6 feet, sure.
You're human, yeah.
Yeah, I'm human.
Okay, so then I should have enough to be able to kind of clamber up there because I'm also 6'1". 6'1".
Go ahead and make a dexterity check, just because it is kind of. This whole place is kind of mildewy and slick with.
Fair enough. All right, this dexterity check.
Sure, let me fill in this description stuff real quick while I'm thinking about it.
So 15 total.
Okay, that's enough. You get scrambled up, and you can see you're in like a hallway, and it's only after like you're standing on the chunk. Basically, you're standing on the tile that you just put into the hallway, and you can see it goes about 15 feet ahead of you and ends in a wall. But you also see that there is a dark spot on the floor.
Is there anything to tie a rope to up there?
Yeah, that's what was going to be my first question. Is there anything obvious?
Not that you can see right now.
All right. Let's see.
Well, I'll wheel out 50 feet of rope and throw it up to you. And if you can just brace it, I'll climb up.
Yeah, so I did,
I mean, do you want to walk further and see what the dark spot on the floor is, or?
Yeah, I'll actually do that first. It's just like hang on a moment.
With your dark vision, you can see that it is a pit essentially going down, but there is like iron ladder rungs that are old and rusted with age that lead down into the darkness.
I turn around, mention this, and be like, okay, so this is sketchy as hell. But I take the top one, assuming they're like a standard like foot apart or something, ish.
Yeah.
All right, so missing one isn't going to be too much of a problem. So I put on take the rope that I have too. I put it tightly around the tightest portion that I can, and sling the rope over, and I'm just like, hey, this is hanging on to iron leather rung that goes farther down.
And you couldn't see how deep it was, by the way. It went beyond your dark vision.
Alright, it goes fairly deep, but here, this should be enough to get you up here at least.
Okay, I'll climb up. And Pete will climb up.
Alright, it holds.
Okay. So we climbed up into another room that has another pit going down.
It's just a hallway going straight forward about. It's a total, including the area where, including the hole, the entirety of the hallways. 25 feet long, including both holes at both ends. So you only have like 15 feet of hallway in between.
Okay.
And it goes out towards the mural and further. Is where. And
so with light up there, is there anything else in that hallway?
Nope.
Okay.
Bottoms up.
I guess so. So I guess I will go down the ladder first.
Okay.
Yes, as you can the most.
Carefully.
Okay.
I'll take the rope that we tied to the ladder and drop it down the hole
Okay.
that the ladder's in, and that way I have a extra point of contact in case a rung breaks on me or something like that.
Okay. You quickly get past the rope.
And there's still more.
And it keeps going. Yeah.
I'd suggest tying your own rope.
Yeah, I'll tie. Oh yeah, because you said you had rope also, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll tie my additional rope to it and drop it down.
Okay, how much rope is that total?
That'd be 100 feet total between, as I think they come in typically 50.
Yeah. Okay. You go the next 100 feet, and there's still a ladder descending deep into the darkness that you can't see.
At this point, I'll take my torch, or one of the 2 torches, and drop it.
All right. You see it fall, and it just keeps going and going and going and going and going, and then goes and burns out.
Did I hear a splash or anything?
Yeah, really far away.
Okay.
Alright, so we'll probably need this rope later. So I will use a little bit of dexterity as I'm crawling down. It's just like we have at least one length of 50.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then keep climbing down carefully, testing each. I'm assuming you're testing each rung first.
Yeah.
Okay. You get about 300 feet down, and
Christ.
one of the rungs you put your feet on breaks. Go ahead and make a dexterity check with advantage, since you were testing the rungs.
Okay. A saving throw or a check?
Saving throw.
Well, it doesn't matter because I got +0 to both.
Oh, yeah.
11.
Okay, that's enough. Barely. But anyway,
Good thing you said advantage because my first roll was a 6. I told you the luck has gone already.
So the rung goes chung, 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 psh, and you hear it splash in some water.
Do I hear anything else after the rung splashes? Any movement or anything below us?
No.
Okay.
I look down and was just like, "You alright, man?"
Yeah, watch out for the step right here.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Does the next rung break?
No.
Okay. Then I'll continue to carefully go down.
Okay. You guys descend another 200 feet below that,
Jesus.
and it descends into a small 15 by 15 foot room, and you can see there's water on the floor, so you can't, and it's black. You can't really see how deep it is,
Okay.
but it does smell of salt.
So it was about 500 feet of climbing total.
Yep.
Jeez. Okay. Does the ladder go right down into it?
Yep.
Okay. I will tiptoe and slowly put my foot down and see what I can feel.
It's really, really cold.
Okay. I'll get Pete to pass me the torch.
And
The torch.
but it's only about a foot deep.
Okay. So I'll get him to pass me the other torch. And I'll splash down into the water.
Okay. You do notice that on the wall opposite of where you came in, there is another stone slab of a door. But this one's noticeably a stone slab.
Okay.
Looks like
Less hidden.
Yeah,
How big is the room we're in?
just a 15 by 15 foot square.
Okay. I'll go check I'll cautiously move through the room, make sure I go ahead and pull my sword back out,
Okay.
and in case anything decides it wants to pop up out of the water to get us.
Alrighty. And
And I'll start going towards the door on the far wall once the other 2 are down there with me.
okay.
Okay.
I will sit there and then be like, I have guidance for you when you are going to attempt to get through the door.
Yeah, I'll try to go through the door.
Alrighty, go ahead and make a strength check.
I was gonna say, do I have to crowbar this one as well?
This one looks like it pushes inward.
Okay.
3 on your guidance.
3, so that makes it 18.
Okay, it does go. And as you open it, the water that's in the room all starts like running out into the hallway that you're opening it into. and you hear it like almost like a waterfall dripping down into something
Okay, if
as
I
it
peek,
empties out of the room that you're in.
if I peek in with the torch, what do I see?
You see a hallway that's going 20 feet forward and then turns to the right.
Okay.
Alright. Did we see where the water went?
It's heading that way. And then you hear it goes around the corner, and then that's when you start hearing like the waterfall sound.
Okay. I'll move into the hallway cautiously.
Okay.
Pretty much, I'll follow.
Alrighty, do you head to the corner?
Yeah.
You see a stairway descending into the darkness.
Around the corner.
Yep.
Well, I will check for for slip and slides stairs.
I have a bad experience with that, yes.
Yeah, I'll
Those are-
check.
Go ahead and make a perception check as you go down the stairs.
Alright, I'll make a perception check as well, because I'm looking for this too. is it
I
really-
only got a 10.
Okay. It's totally no traps.
Let's see. I got a 16.
Alright, you don't see any either.
Okay. With the torch, can we see how far the stairs go?
It goes well out of sight.
Okay. Well,
It's
we'll
not
start.
a super steep stairway, but
It's long.
it's long. So you start following it.
Yeah.
You go quite a ways. It feels like you're walking forever. And you notice that the stairway now ends in a pool of water. As in, the stairway goes into the water.
Deep water? Or can we assume this is water that was the water that was up in the other room?
It looks like it's a lot more than that because it doesn't look like that amount of water would have filled up the stairwell.
Okay. Can I use a sword to see how far that water...
It looks like the stairway continues.
Well, shit. Too bad we couldn't have found some water-breathing potions. Well, I
Alright,
guess...
so I got idea here, right?
Okay.
So, let's see. Swimming would be athletics check, yeah?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Alright, so you probably have decent.
And you can hold your breath 1 minute plus 1 minute for every constitution modifier you have.
Okay.
So,
So that means I got 3 minutes of air.
So here's what we do. I hold on one end of the this rope. You go all the way out to we split the rope into. I'm assuming it's three strands, right?
We left one up top, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did, but so you go down. We use this as a guide. I hold one end. You swim with the other tied to your belt, right?
Okay.
Because it's dark, you might not know where you're going. Might not know where you're going. You tug on it like 3 times. Oh, 2 times. So let's call it 3 times. Come with 2 times. Excuse me. Yeah, 3 times. Come. And frantic pulling on the rope or frantic tug. But it means come back, pull me back. Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully it's not longer than 50 feet.
Well, if it is, we can split the rope into strands. And also, I can hold I use mage hand and hold on to the rope, so I can make that last 25 feet. So we have 75 feet of effective me being able to tell what's going on.
Okay.
And if it's safe to come, then safe to come, and then you'll hold on to the rope, and then we can use that as a guide
Okay.
and hopefully make our journey easier.
Okay, well, I'll strip my armor off so it's not encumbering. And I'll leave my bag. And I'll take the rope and go for a swim, I
But
guess.
before, as he goes to jump in the water, I go, "May the guidance."
All right.
I
so you
will. I will
swim-
keep it. I will keep a dagger.
Okay, so you swim about 40 feet down, and then you notice that there's like a dim light above you.
Above me.
Yeah. And
Okay.
you realize that you've swum out of the stairway and it's opened up and there's a lot of space around you. You can kind of see I mean it's dark, so you can see a shadow ahead of you and you see a light above you.
Okay. How far above me?
Looks like it's about 10 feet up.
Okay. I will swim up and catch a breath and look around real quick.
What you see is not what you were prepared to see.
Okay.
Let me get back to my notes. Wait, where'd my notes go? Why did I take the pencil out of that page? That was dumb. All right, so the ancient corpse of a city that you emerge into is deathly silent. There's a dim light that's emitting down from above. You look up to see a glowing disc in the middle of a massive, space. You realize that it's actually a massive gem embedded in the ceiling, encircled by a giant serpent that looks like it's made of jade. The gem sheds its sparkly light down upon the remains of a city shrouded in shadow and partially submerged. The water is black and smells of salt. And the only movement is your own.
Holy shit.
Basically, you see this black water and you can see the shadows of parts of buildings sticking up only a couple inches above the water.
Okay.
And this light covers the whole thing. You see that it's a massive chamber, hundreds of feet across, but because of the light from the ceiling, you can see that in the four corners are massive pyramids that seem to be being used as a structural, they are what are holding up the place. These four massive pyramids, and in the center of the room, jutting above the water, above the rest of the buildings, directly beneath the giant glowing gem, is what looks to be an extremely ancient temple.
Okay. I will I said to the two of them, to Pete and to Dare, that if I do pull on the rope, to tie my bag to the rope, and I would just pull the bag through.
Okay.
I'm
so-
assuming that you tugged three times.
Yeah, I'll tug 3 times.
No, I'll just use Mage Hand.
Justin heard
Thank-
me say shitty instead of city. Anyway.
I did too, but I wasn't. I thought of Alec Baldwin,
Yeah.
the sweaty balls.
So since I'm probably the only one here who can't swim worth a damn, I can't swim worth a damn. This is just like
In
the
real
way-
life or in character?
In real life, I can do it just fine.
Okay, I was
wait,
hoping you
yeah.
do, since considering that you spend some time
Yeah.
underwater.
Well, I mean, it's not really I have a huge lung volume versus
Yeah.
body mass.
Anyway,
It's skinny. So for that I mentioned that I can't really swim ahead. He knew that I couldn't really swim that well, so as part of our a pre-discussed plan, one of the reasons if he tugs 3 times, I'm going to have him hold on or tie it off to my belts, and while I swim and feel as he pulls on the rope.
Oh, so I'm reeling you in as you're swimming?
Yeah, basically. So you would tug 3 times. I'd grab your gear, put it into my pack, and then 2 tugs on my end indicate that I'm ready to be pulled.
Okay.
And by the way, now that you're above the water, you can see that the shadow in front of you is a building that looks like it's about 20 feet long and 15 feet wide that's directly in front of you in between 2 of the pyramids.
Is it solid roof?
Looks like it.
Can I go and get on it?
Sure.
So that I'm not
You can try.
waiting. So I'm not treading water.
Yeah.
Okay. I will do that.
It's kind of like one of those like flat desert roof, that has
Yeah.
the ledge around the top.
Okay.
All right. So I'm assuming you tug 3 times.
Yep. I'll tug 3 times and start reeling you in once you're ready.
Yeah. So I turn over to our Mr. Rogue friend here, and I'm like, he's ready. I can't swim worth a damn, but it looks like you did some physical work.
Oh, well, here I go. Takes a big swig of a drink and jumps into the water.
I just shrug, tie the rope off to my belt, and tug 3 times and start doing like what I can to assist him pulling me up or pulling me.
Okay.
Yep.
And now you see what I described too.
And I'm just looking here, like, I use prestidigitation to, pull a small little bit of fire in my hand as I kind of look around, like.
It's dim light, yeah, in the whole place because of that massive gem in the ceiling.
Yeah, just like fascinating.
And when I say
Alright.
massive, I mean that gem's like 15 feet across from the looks of it.
And emitting a lot of light based
Yeah.
on the fact.
And you said that the serpent coiled around it is made of what looks like jade.
Yeah.
It's not moving.
And by the way, not that you can tell. And by the way, the sigil for Horekti is a sun-like disc surrounded by a serpent.
Okay.
So you'd know
Alright.
this, you've seen this symbol in much smaller and less majestic form in the temple you were in yesterday.
All right.
And people say legends don't exist.
I just kind of look at it and it's just like, legends don't exist until they've been found by someone smart enough to find it. However, we do have some level of urgency, undead army and whatnot. That center building looks promising.
Yeah. Yeah, let's
so-
make our way towards that and see what we can find.
You can see that the center building's massive and also mostly submerged, obviously. But the part that's jutting up out of the water is a good 20 or 30 feet above the water's surface.
Okay.
And there's another building. You have pyramids to either side of you, and there's another building 5 feet away from the one that you're on that's kind of an L-shaped. It's as wide. It looks like possibly it was actually 2 buildings with the way that the roof looks. One being just a 10 by 10 building, and the other one being a 10 by 20 foot long building that heads towards the temple. And there's a 5 foot gap in between them with the black water.
Okay.
And then after that, there's a good chunk of water in between it and the temple.
Okay. Should we check out any of these other buildings, or should we just go straight to the temple?
These buildings are mostly like. Is there any way down into the buildings that we can readily see?
Not that you can see, not from the roof. It looks like any entrances that would be underwater.
No. I don't know, man. It's up to you. In this case, I'm fine with proceeding directly to the temple, or using the rooftops as telling you, I don't have anything particularly useful in this situation.
Okay. I'll take a minute to re-equip my armor, knowing now that I can probably tread water in the armor just fine. And I really don't want anything to jump out at me. And I guess we'll start making our way towards this temple.
Okay, how do you go about doing it?
Go from building to building as much as we can. But if it gets to the point where there's just no buildings to go on,
Yeah, you can jump to the next building, and then after that, you're gonna have to swim to the actual temple.
and I guess we'll swim.
I'll kind of give you a quick view of, like, if you can see, like, you guys are here.
Okay.
High-tech maps.
Yep.
And we're back. I am much more hydrated now. Or less, depending on the end you're talking about. Anyway, so...
Smooth.
Yes. So you guys are on the final building before there's a significant gap between you and what looks like the next temple wall.
Okay.
What do you do?
Is there a ready or opening that we see like there or can see when we are near the surface?
Mm-mm. Not that you can
Good.
see.
All right, by basic, math, can we like kind of tell where the entrance might be?
I mean, there could be one in front of you under the water. It could be on the other side. It could be on the sides. You're not entirely sure. Could be all of them.
So,
Because it's a square, it's a very rectangular temple, like more like the kind that might have multiple entrances in, and then a central worship area in the middle.
so, we'll have to do the rope trick again.
I suppose so. I'll we'll just pretend I didn't put my armor back on yet.
Okay.
And I'll take the rope and I'll dive on in.
Okay. Are you just going by yourself?
I assume so.
Are you going to dive in deep, or are you just going to kind of swim across to the temple to start
I
with?
just swim across.
Okay. As you're swimming across in the deep black water beneath your feet, you feel something slide along your leg.
Well, that's not good. Anything else?
Not yet.
But how far away did I get from the building?
You're about, I'd say, 15 feet out.
And about how far to go?
To the edge of the, as far as you can see, to the edge of what the building would be, another 15 or so feet. You're about right in the middle.
I'll keep going.
All right. What's your AC without your armor?
10.
You feel something very, very painful snap down on your legs.
Okay.
And you take Jesus. 31 piercing damage.
Holy shit.
And you are now grappled and restrained.
Okay.
I'm assuming he's going to do something like basically scream in pain. in the
Yeah,
process.
Yeah, yeah.
And he starts getting like yanked underwater. Roll initiative.
Yeah.
I rolled really, really damn high on that damage, though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was over half my HP.
12.
You got a 12?
Correct.
I got a 17.
Pete?
Oh. Well, Pete rolled a 2. So I think that gives him, yeah, a 3. So a 5 total. 5 total.
All right, well, you're up first.
So it's pulling me down into the water.
Yeah, it's starting to, yeah.
Can I tell what it is?
But the water's like black.
Okay, so I call my sword to me. Because I'd said I wasn't going to actually swim with it.
Okay.
And
You are restrained unless you can undo you're grappled and restrained.
okay.
So right now, attack rolls against you have advantage. And
Well, I will
and you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
I will try to get out of the grapple.
Okay. Go ahead and make a athletics check actually. Athletics or acrobatics? I'm assuming you're gonna do athletics.
Yeah, my athletics is a good bit higher. Natural 20. So it's 27 total.
Yeah, you easily wrest yourself free.
Okay. So is there, like, what is around the temple? Like, was there a place for me to get up onto?
The temple looks like it may have a roof that is pretty close to you now that you're looking, that may just slightly be peeking above the water.
Okay.
That
I will...
that is submerged, and then the part of the temple that's jutting up is significantly smaller than the lower half.
Okay, I will take my whatever movement I have and go for it.
Okay,
And
you have
if I
enough
don't
movement
have-
to get up onto it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that then.
You're only actually from where you're at. You're only like 5 feet away from that ledge.
Okay, I will do that then. And I get a bonus action to call my sword. Okay, that'll be it. That'll be it for right this second.
Okay. Do you hold an attack action or something, or?
Oh, I used my action to get out of the
Oh yeah,
grapple.
you did. Never mind. Yep.
Okay.
So. Alrighty. Well, it's now Dara's turn. And Pete's on.
All
deck.
right. Having seen the blood coming out of his leg,
And he looks like, his legs really hurt.
I'm going to do. Oh well, technically, and there's a lot of things I would do. All right. So in this case,
Sorry, Cam. By the way.
It's okay.
No, I meant for like capitalizing on your fears of not knowing what's underwater.
Well, Rom is not afraid of that kind of thing. I am, but
I know
I'm
it's
not
still
there
got.
right
I know
now.
it still got you a little bit.
I'm not there right now. So it's like that scene from the really bad, really awesome Street Fighter movie
Oh God.
when they're whipping Honda, and he's like, "How are you just taking it?" And he's just like, "My mind's in a different place. I'm not here right now."
let's see. I'm relooking through a couple of the class features. So I will use Or yeah, screw it. Since I don't really have anything. The range. How? Is he just within 30 feet of me? Like,
Who, Rom?
yeah.
Rom is closer than that, I think. Let me look. He is about 25 feet away, yeah.
All right. So I will use Prayer of Healing. It is an AOE heal. At second level.
It takes 10 minutes to cast it.
Yeah.
It's not an action. It's not an action spell. It's
Okay,
a. It's
I
a.
misread that.
Yeah.
Then in that case, healing word at the second level. So 2d4, which I'm gonna have to roll individually. That's my other d4 vanished, and it makes me really nervous. So 4 and 2, so grand total of 10 HP. As a bonus action to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a little bit, but it's what I can do. I will hold. I will hold my reaction, or hold my action, and the next person to get attacked. I'm preparing my staff of defense to cast shield on them.
Okay.
And I will, back away from the water.
Okay. Well, that would be Pete's turn then.
Yep.
Pete readies his crossbow because I think he has a crossbow. Pretty sure. He will hide as a bonus action and prepare his short bow as soon as he sees whatever it was that was in the water.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, that brings us to whatever's in the water.
It's a giant fucking snapping turtle!
Well, not quite. You now see very quickly climbing up onto the roof you're on a giant crocodile.
Well, shit.
It crawls up and it like whips its tail at you as it's crawling up.
All right, that triggers my action for. Oh wait, never mind. Shield can't be. I fucked that up. Shield can't be cast on other people for whatever reason.
Yeah. But it also triggers Pete shooting at it.
Yeah, so
Can I change that to me casting Toll the Dead on anything that might show up?
Sure, because Toll the Dead's a
that.
cantrip, so yeah.
Yeah.
Pete Pete only hits a 10.
Yeah, he misses. He's like, holy crap! And he he misses it.
Okay.
All right, Toll. Toll the Dead. That's two wisdom save. 15.
Oh, it's really good at these.
Yeah.
Natural 1.
Oh,
Okay.
well, shit. Oh, it's
That's
2d8.
the roll that Cam wanted me to make with the next roll.
Wow, not bad on the roll. Grand total of 12.
Alrighty.
So higher than average. Yeah.
Okay. You see it kind of like reel back a little bit, but then it snaps its tail forward and tries to hit Rom, which unarmed shouldn't be overly difficult. 18.
18 definitely hits.
$10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then you have to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. 22.
Okay. it like smacks you really hard, but you don't. You feel like it was trying to knock you over, but
Okay.
you didn't. And then it just comes back around and tries to bite you. 16.
Yep.
How much health do you have left?
21.
Okay. I rolled lower that time. 16 points of piercing damage.
Holy shit.
As
Okay.
it snaps down and you're grappled again and restrained.
Okay.
All right, now it's your turn.
Well, I'll use my
And,
bonus action
Dare's
to
on
do.
deck.
I'll do my bonus action to do my second wind and heal 1d10 plus 6. All right, 16.
Nice.
So I basically healed from that attack. And then
You're doing the Hulk
I
Hogan
will-
right now.
Yeah, I will remove myself from its jaws again. So strength check, you said?
Yes,
19.
that's enough. So you
Okay.
once again, you're just like, and you get the giant crocodile maw. And keep in mind that a giant crocodile is a huge beast,
Okay.
so it's like, you know, a 15-foot face.
Okay. I will go ahead and use my action surge, and I will attack it.
Okay.
And I'm doubling up with my sword and taking it with 2 hands. Where's my action surge? Yeah, mark that off. Mark that off. Okay. And that's an 18 plus 7, so 25 to hit on the first blow,
Alrighty, that's a hit.
and then a 17 to hit on the second blow.
Also a hit.
Okay. They're D10s when it's two-handed. Yep. 7. So 22 points of damage
Total.
total. And then since I didn't move with my first action and then I action surge, do I get double movement?
I mean, yeah, technically.
So I will basically wham, wham, and then be like, fuck you, and run as far as I can the opposite direction.
Okay, it's going to try to take an attack of opportunity on you. So as you start running, it swings its tail around to try to smack you with it. 17.
Damn it, that hits, yes.
9 points of bludgeoning damage,
9.
and you have to make a strength saving throw.
That's a D10. 19.
Okay, so it tries to like basically knock you over as you're trying to run away. Are you just running down the length of the building
I will run down the length of the building, yes.
and like turn the
As-
corner if you get there? Let's see, if you have double movement, you're just splashing through water. It's not that deep. So yeah, you have 60 feet of movement.
Yeah, I will take my full movement if I can.
I will say, let's see.
You know what's coming next, Cam. You got out of the way.
You can actually run like all the way around the building to the back side.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do then.
Okay.
Should have taken that Mariner fighting style. Who would have thought you would need to fight in the water in armor? Who would have thought?
Well, that makes my.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd expect this particular encounter being into the desert, and now you're in an underground city, half covered in salt water.
Well, I expected to be fighting something under the water.
I liked, I just had to do the whole crocodile in the sewer thing. But anyway,
Yeah.
It's growing to massive sizes.
all right. Dare, you're up.
All right. Well, given that he's relatively clear of the situation, and fuck it, draw aggro since he's out of range of me hasting the guy, which is my original intention. Fuck it, solve problems with just fireball. Just
Fireball!
It's the only thing. It's the only spell.
Only fireball. DC 15 dex.
No, fails. I rolled a 9.
Crap, where's my D6s?
Well, you only need like a lot of them.
Yeah, I only need 8. Oh, here's one. Where'd my metal ones go? Did I set them over here? Shit. Well, I guess I'm rolling this one die. Very quickly. Oh, wait. Yeah, there they are. I just set them right there. Alright, so I'm rolling these 2 die. So
Right where you could reach them. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, right there. Just fireball. For those of you, Crap Guide to D&D. Alright. Oh, by the way, I am empowering this, so
Okay.
I can up to 4 of these dice. So that's...
All right, just make sure you say that ahead of time. Normally.
Yeah, sorry. Alright, so I actually need to write this down. So 2 2s, 3 and a 4, 5 and a 1.
You wanted me to write this down?
I got it.
Probably okay. And a 5 and a 1.
And you get to reroll 1s and 2s.
I get to re-roll up to 4 of those dice, obviously.
Well, you have 2 1s and 2 2s to reroll.
Alright, so I'll re-roll those. Yay for empowered meta magic. Alright, much better. 4 and a 5.
Okay.
And I must keep new rolls, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it looks like a 2 and a 5. Still better. Net
7,
better.
9, 12, 16, 21, 20, 3, 28, 33.
Nice.
Wow, much better than average. That's a pretty potent fireball. Yay for empowered meta magic. Let's see. Yeah. So.
All right, this massive fireball just like hits it. You can see like the water on it and around it evaporate. A whole bunch of smoke gets like shoved up in the air, and for a moment you can see like the stone temple underneath before the water fills back in, and there's a very charred looking crocodile looking very angrily back at you.
Like, you see me briefly gesture at it.
And now it's Pete's turn. Or unless you still got more to do. I think it's Pete's turn. Unless you're
yeah,
gonna move.
that was a action. As it is, I'm going to move out of Pete's way, and
You have
then,
on the roof that you're on, you have 20 feet you can move, or well, actually you're on that space. 15 feet you can move back away from the croc if you wanted to.
Yep. All right. So yeah, and then as a note, since this isn't strictly okay by this, but you mentioned it earlier, when I asked about it last time we did this, for mage armor or not mage armor, but shield cast from the staff. Oh, never mind. I already did the spell this turn. Disregard.
Okay.
All right. Pete will take 2 shots with his short bow at the crocodile.
Alrighty.
First roll was a 17.
That's
The
a
second
hit.
roll was a 12, and I think
That's
he
a
gets
miss.
+6 to hit.
Oh, well then that's a hit.
Yeah, the short bow is +6 to
Oh
hit.
yeah, he hits both then.
Okay. And those are, it's a 1d8 +3 for each roll. An 8 and a 7. So what is that? 15 plus 6, so 21 damage.
Alrighty. Finish him.
Pete does the fucking Robin Hood where he knocks 2 arrows and goes, phew, and they both hit the crocodile in the eye.
Each eye. Or yeah, it makes one last final like growl, thrashes around in the water, and then just kind of like comes to rest with its head kind of drooping into the water off the side of the building.
Son of a bitch.
Well, I call out, "Hey, we dealt with your problem.
Thanks.
It's a little crispy and skewered, but you know, you seem like the sort to try, Crocodile. In any case, we should probably get on with what we're doing."
Yeah, I'll pop a healing potion.
Okay.
And then I will. Yeah, I'm not.
I can't pick up the D4.
D4 blues. All right. In any case. All right. How are you feeling?
Pretty fucked.
All right. Well.
And that means 22 of 52 hit points.
All right. Well, since I think we probably dealt with the major threat here, I will spend the 10 minutes necessary to cast a prayer of healing.
Okay.
Let me get my D8s. Just they're over here. And
It also, just as a throwing it out there, it's been a little while. You can take a short rest if you'd like.
oh yeah, well, one sec. I have a feature that helps with that.
Or both.
All right. Let me know if you roll any particular shitty dice due to empowered healing. I can actually make those better at the cost of sorcery points, and I've only burned 1.
Does that count? Like, is that like always on?
When you are, well, you aren't incapacitated. Whenever you are within 5, you or an ally within 5 feet determines the number of HP a spell. Oh, it's a spell. Never mind. Disregard.
Okay.
Okay. Then yeah, let's take a couple minutes to do a long rest or a short rest, and I'll re-equip my armor.
Okay. Are you gonna have anyone like watch while you're doing the short rest?
Oh yeah, no, I'll be watching out because I'm.
Okay. I mean, short
it's
rest's
really
not really
just
that big a deal.
It's really just a short rest for me because I think
Yeah.
they're fine.
Yeah. Yeah, you got messed up.
Yeah, like he was the only one. He fled around the corner and was just like, "Fuck you!" Boom.
It's like he said he's taking his armor off, and I'm just like cringing internally because I know what's about to happen.
Well, I was just thinking it probably wouldn't try to swim in heavy armor. So,
That's the single biggest crocodile you've ever seen, by the way.
yeah, I gathered.
Hey guys, so while they're doing that, we're taking a little short rest. I'm like,
Okay, go ahead and take your short rest and spend the hit dice you want to spend.
Okay, I'm back up.
To full?
Yeah.
Nice.
all right.
Armor's re-equipped.
What's your AC now?
17.
Oh, that's much better.
And I have a shield too, so I could have it at 19.
Okay.
And it's actually equivalent to my AC right now. Mage armor and staff of defense and cloak of protection.
Nice.
Yeah. Shit, you should have been fighting the fucking crocodile.
Like, and
Where
that's
are you?
You did the important thing, namely you hit it twice and went nope and left.
Yeah,
that let me.
I really just tried to decide whether I should hit it or use Booming Blade. That way, if it chased after me, it would take extra damage. But I just decided to hit it and run.
All the
And then
best
I was really
stuff.
praying that Matt would roll like a 15 so I could use shield.
Well, I mean, they had +8 to its attack, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
was really hoping for a low roll there.
Uh,
Alright. In any case, so let's moving on. He was like, well, that was exciting.
Don't try this at home, kids.
And alright, so well, you appeared to be standing on a roof of some sort, so
Yeah.
and
swim
from what
over
you've
there.
seen, there's no entrances into the tunnel in the 3 walls that you've seen anyway.
Okay.
And we could probably have told briefly, due to the flash of vaporized water briefly, that there was indeed some sort of entrance there before it filled back up.
I'll say that directly beneath where the crocodile was, you actually do see a large. When the fireball went off, you did see like a large opening under the water that has 2 columns that were supporting it.
Alright, so
Well,
yeah,
I can swim down and see what it looks like.
yeah, we'll swim over to the top of the roof and then see what's going on. So I do that. I swim over to the top of his roof over there.
Okay. Now keep in mind, if you swim underwater, Cam, your character can't see anything.
Yeah.
And it is,
Cast light.
can you?
I can't.
Oh.
Um,
A sorcerer without light?
Yeah, that's
I can see in the dark.
and a divine soul sorcerer at that. Like
Neutral divine soul sorcerer. I have guidance. I have utilitarian spells mostly.
can I cast detect magic?
Can you?
I'm saying, can I cast it, please?
Oh, yeah, if you want to cast it, you can.
Yeah, I'll cast detect magic. I want to see if I feel anything in this area.
What's the range on it? I know it can't go through stone. It's too
30
thick.
feet.
And yeah, it's-
Penetrates most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone,
Yeah.
1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wooden dirt.
Yeah, right now you can't see anything. The gem is out of that range, by the way.
Okay.
probably a good thing. It's probably intensely magical.
Okay. All right. Well, if Pete holds the torch over where I'm going to be diving down, can I see at all?
Not really, no. The water doesn't fill. The water's really murky.
Well, since there's no real chance any of us would see anyway. Alright, the long version short of this, the only reason I wouldn't swim is because I have a negative to freaking athletics. So there's a decent probability I would try to drown if unassisted. You know what? Screw it. Well, I'll go diving since I actually have AC.
Okay.
And
You actually
I
can
will-
see like about, even with your dark vision, the water's murky enough that you only see about 10 feet in front of you.
Still, fair enough. I also cast guidance if you want me to make a check.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah.
I'll hold on to the rope so that if you get stuck or not something, I'll pull you out.
Yep, same signal. Frantic pulling for emergency times, or
Yeah.
times 3 if come.
Okay.
Though it would be a guide for you rather than anything else. All right, so I swim down and underneath.
Okay. You just swim like in towards the center.
Yeah.
About 15 feet in, you see a ladder. I'm sorry, a stairway going up.
All right. Since I should still have plenty of line, I proceed towards it. Does it look like there's air there?
Yeah, you can actually see the light above you from the gem.
Okay. So I get up onto the dryer section and tug the rope 3 times.
Alrighty. When you come up into the room, you're in a basically an altar room, and in the center of the room is an altar that has like a divot in the middle of it, and directly above you there's a hole in the ceiling the size of what you assume is the size of that disc gem, and the light is shining like straight down into this room through that hole.
Any other notable features of that room?
Not that you can see at the moment. It's all very old. Everything's worn and moldy, and then there's just a slight sheen of water on the floor that you're standing on, and that altar in the middle of the room that was once maybe ornate, but is long since just worn away.
Well,
Alright, so
Pete and I'll dive in and swim our way in using the rope as a guide.
Okay. You find yourself in the same room.
All right.
I will dry my torches with prestidigitation and relight them.
Okay. I mean, it's lit in this room anyways from that light source.
A little extra light.
But
wouldn't hurt.
the room is bigger than the light source, so you do light up the corners and whatnot that you couldn't see in. And you see that you're in a room that is... like 60 by 50 feet.
Okay.
And the hole in the ceiling is a 30-foot diameter hole. It's now you're starting to think that's a really big. Oh, and you know what? I totally did all the spaces outside wrong. They're actually bigger. They're 10-foot spaces, not 5-foot spaces. So that's why it was further apart. Everything was. It was actually 50 feet across the space towards the temple, but whatever, I messed it up.
Well, it's not like it casts a spell with that
Yeah.
kind of range anyway. So,
Fireball had it anyway, so.
Fireball had it, and Healing Ward had a 60-foot range. So.
Yeah. So anyway, you see now that the what you thought was possibly only a 15-foot across gem, it looks like it's perfectly the same size as this 30-foot across hole.
Okay.
And it's still quite a bit of ways above your head, but it's shining down perfectly into this hole, lighting the altar.
So I'll take a stick from my walk up to the edge of where that light is kind of directly shining down into the hole. Take a stick or one of the torches I have in my pack and stick it in the light and see if anything bad happens to it.
Okay, nothing happens.
Okay, I put that back. It's just like, cool, it won't vaporize us.
Yet.
I just look at him and just like, alright. Well, I look down in the hole and see what I find.
It's just a small hole in the altar. It looks like something should be set in it.
Is there anything else in this room? Anything laying around?
Not that you can see.
Well, I look at him.
How big is that hole?
The altar?
How big? Yeah.
It's about 10 feet across.
But you said there was a hole sitting in it that something should be.
Yeah, like...
I look at him and I'm just like, what do you want to bet that that scepter goes here?
Maybe. Or I was thinking maybe there's some way to lower the light from above and put it in the hole in the ceiling.
Wait, just a thought. Put a weapon that you would use in that hole.
Put a weapon I'd use?
Well, could be an altar for focusing the power of the gem in there. And it might not kill you, and at worst it vaporizes the weapon.
How big is the hole?
About the size of a hilt.
Okay, well, I've got daggers. So, I've only got daggers and a sword with me right now, so I'll put one of the daggers in the hole.
You get vaporized. No, I'm just kidding. No, you're fine. Nothing happens.
I knew it.
Alright, well, worth a shot. So, is there, like, any other notable anything about this altar or whatever?
Not that you can see.
I'm just like, what do you want to bet that the scepter goes in here?
Do you want to make a? I mean, are you searching the room, searching the
Yeah,
altar?
I wanna look around and see, because obviously, or at least to me, it seems obvious that maybe we need to go down. So can the altar be moved? Can it be pushed or pulled in a certain direction?
It looks pretty massive. You could try.
I'll try.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check.
I see that he's about to go push on something, and just like, it's a good thing I have guidance.
Well, that's a 21.
Does not budge.
22.
Does not budge.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just look around for maybe hidden passages or levers or something, some kind of clue.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
As he's looking, guidance.
All right.
I will abuse the shit out of that.
Why not?
Hell, I have it.
Perception?
Cantrip.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 19
All right, you do notice
plus whatever he rolled for
on
guidance.
the
20 total.
on one of the outside walls that should be the longer end of the temple. And now that you think about it, the temple seems to be shorter on the inside than it is long on the outside. And you notice like a little out of place. One of the stone bricks on the wall. It's just a little out of place.
Can I push or pull on it?
Do you try to push it?
Sure.
You push it and you hear click, and a little panel next to you kind of pops out a little bit.
Okay.
I step back and I'm just like, by the way, there's probably a trap.
Well, I will check for traps because Pete's not any better at it than I am. So.
Okay.
And
I thought he was an expert.
He is, but he doesn't. I mean, unless he can use his thieves' tools as a bonus.
It's a proficiency bonus, yeah.
Okay.
so, by the way, +4.
So it'd be his proficiency bonus plus. Oh, for what? For his guidance? Okay. Yeah, for Pete, it'd be a proficiency bonus plus his dex, since he's proficient in thieves' tools.
To look for traps.
Yep.
Or
Oh
to
no,
disarm a trap.
oh, that's disarming it. For looking for traps, it's perception.
Well, then his perception is a 0. So.
0. Not very good at finding traps. He can just
No.
deal with it afterward.
Okay, so I roll 13 plus 4 is 17, and then how much was the guidance?
4.
4. So 21.
Doesn't look trapped.
Okay, so what is this panel then?
Do you pop it open a little further?
Yeah.
You see inside of it, there is sitting on like 2 little like metal holders that have look like they're made of a fairly nice material, but they're embedded in the stone. Is a long cylindrical gem.
Okay, I'll take it.
As soon as you grab it, you hear, "Now leave!" And a ghost comes out of the wall. Roll initiative.
God damn it. 18.
Oh, wow. 20 total. I actually rolled good initiative for once. That never happens. Now watch me roll 1.
And then Pete rolled an 8.
So much for being dexterous, Pete. Jeez. Apparently he's a little too drunk.
Alright, so I guess I'm up.
What's your dex, Rom?
0.
Okay, roll a d20.
2.
Okay. Dare's first.
Alright, so. Seeing the ghost, I go,
And it comes out the
Fuck.
wall right next to Rom, by the way.
well, hopefully I don't roll a 1 on what I'm about to do. When you say things that make people nervous. So it's actually fairly simple. I will play the fun game called Guiding Bolts, and that is. Oh, one sec. Let's see. Do I want to empower that?
The ghost, by the way, is like picture the ghosts from Lord of the Rings, where they're like semi-translucent but wearing like armor, but this one's wearing what looks like kind of like ratted priestly robes.
All right. So let's see.
And it looks all like worn away with glowing green eyes.
All right. So I will empower. Will empower the spell. Oh well, actually, I don't have to say that I'm empowering it until I actually hit. So I'm gonna see if I hit first, and then 17 plus 7.
That's a hit.
So, all right. So yeah, then I will empower it, and it's 46 of radiant plus another effect.
Okay.
2 and a 3. And a 2 and a 4. I will re-roll the 2 2s.
Okay.
And I got shittier. So a 4, a 3, a 2, and a 1. So 10 damage of radiant. Let's see. And the next attack roll made against the target has advantage.
Yep. Alrighty. Well, it's the target's turn. It starts casting a spell. And you see this like chunk of area around it start filling up with these little glowing death lights, essentially. Spirit guardians.
Joyous day. It wants a hug.
So save for half, and yeah, your speed is halved. Okay. Now it's your turn, Rom. So you need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I'm so good at those. 4.
That is a fail. $18 points of radiant damage.
Hot balls.
Oh yeah, did it seem to be hurt at all by my radiant damage earlier?
It hurt it, yeah.
Okay. So
Okay,
it's
and now it's
my
your
turn.
Yep.
Okay, I will say to it, we're not enemies. We're not here to fight. I don't know if you can help, and I'll whack him with my sword and do booming blade.
Okay.
So
You have advantage on that roll.
I do have advantage on that roll, and that's a natural 20 on that roll.
Nice.
So the longsword is a D8. I'm just one-handing it because I've got the thing in my hand. And then the booming blade is a D8.
I'm going to say that this card isn't really going to affect it because it's weird.
So it's
go
11
ahead, just do
damage
the regular
total.
double damage.
It's 11 damage total.
Okay,
And I will...
that was doubled?
No.
Natural
that
20.
was not...
So you rolled
That was not done.
double the dice rolls and then add the modifier.
What'd I say, 11?
Yeah.
Minus 4 makes that 7. So 18 damage total.
Okay.
So, but then
But
I'll...
that's just slashing damage?
Slashing and thunder.
All right. So you see your sword.
It was only two. It was only 2 slashing damage.
You see your sword slash through it, and the thunder just kind of like makes it disturb it a little bit. It doesn't seem to be as effective as it should be.
Okay, well, I will basically like back away. And I know that provokes opportunity attack, but I'll basically get out of the range of it.
Okay, you're at half speed because of
Okay.
Spirit Guardians.
So I move back 15 feet.
And they have a radius of 15 feet, don't they? Yeah,
I think so.
yeah. So that gets you right outside the range, but gets to make an attack of opportunity against you. That would be a 24.
That hits.
Okay. You take
'Cause I can only shield up to 22.
12 points of necrotic damage. You feel your life source being sucked from you, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
God damn it. Natural 20.
Nice.
So basically, I'll bake it back up, and as I'm
And you
get
see
whacked,
some of its corporeal form that was damaged by your attacks kind of reform.
Yeah, as I back away, I'll be like, "We need help. We're not here to fight and raid your tomb." Although we kind of are, but whatever.
Okay. That brings us to Pete.
Pete doesn't really know what to do, and he doesn't really know if he can do anything worth doing. So he'll pull out his short bow and he'll knock an arrow and hold it,
Okay.
and just kind of back further away so that he's not. So he didn't want to be anywhere near those spirit guardians, though.
Yeah. It's probably good call.
But he holds his attack.
Okay.
All right, I guess it's back around to me.
Yep, it is.
All right. Let's see.
If you need to fireball me, you can.
In general, I can aim fireballs where I choose pretty clearly. No, in this case, too bad I can't cast 2 spells in a turn. I'm debating whether cast spiritual weapon or to haste you. And I'm thinking towards the direct.
I wouldn't haste me just because I don't have my good weapon, so I don't really have a way to do a whole lot of extra damage.
So you know what? Yeah, I'll use the bonus action. And cast a spiritual weapon. So let's see, 60 feet. It takes the form of, yeah, it's 1d8. So I'll just screw it. It takes the form of a saber or a rapier, and it doesn't matter because it's force damage. And deals 1d8 with an attack roll, obviously. So, standard +7 to a 17. So hey,
That
look,
hits.
17. Yep. All right. So 1d8 +4 force.
It's force damage?
Yeah, it's force damage. So that would be a total of 10 force damage.
Okay.
And per my action, for my action, I will, if he just, I guess, yeah, as an action, if he moves towards, or, yeah, you know what? As a held action, I will prep the let's see, let me read the description of it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, as an action, I will hold firebolt for if he moves towards the guy with the scroll again.
Okay.
Yeah, so if that happens, then I will immediately fire off a firebolt.
Okay. It's its turn. It casts a spell at you, Dare. Sanctuary. Let's go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Alright. Uh, 9 plus 2, 11.
Alrighty, you fail. So,
Is it a...
what's that?
Yeah, never mind.
So basically now, if you want to cast a harmful spell at him or attack him, you'll have to make a wisdom saving throw or you can't. You have to either choose a new target or lose the attacker spell.
Alright.
It doesn't affect area of effect spells, just so you know. It's just literally
that's
targeted.
what I was thinking,
Yeah.
because then I would be casting that at the wall and not at him. If it's a wisdom, it's an intent-based thing. Alright.
Okay. And then it moves forward towards Rom.
Alright, that would immediately force me to, as per, the action I cast.
So it just hovers towards you and gets you
Yeah,
back in its
Pete
space.
takes his shot.
Yep, and first I'll make the wisdom
And I'm
save.
gonna say you guys were close to the altar, by the way. Pete backed off a little bit. I know that. So he's further back. I'm just gonna mark off where he was.
Alright, so I'll make that wisdom saving throw to see if I can actually manage the firebolt. 11, 13.
For what? Oh
Wisdom
no,
saving
fireball! You don't have to do the saving throw.
throw. Firebolt.
Firebolt, you do. Yeah.
The one
so
he
you
held.
Okay, so you fail the save for the firebolt, and so you just lose the spell basically, or you have to choose another target.
Yeah, I lose the spell.
Okay.
Hey, for that matter, since spiritual weapon is already cast, would that count? Because I'm just telling it to swing. It's basically
That's a bonus action on your turn, essentially.
yes.
So, since it was its turn, you already had it attack on your turn.
No,
Yeah,
he's
no, I'm not-
asking if that would require the sanctuary.
Because
Oh yeah, because that's technically your attack roll you're making. You're controlling it, so that would require it.
all right. Well, I guess.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yep.
Alrighty. So that brings us to Rom, who's now once again in.
Pete took his shot with his bow.
Oh, okay,
16 to hit.
that hits.
Okay. 5 piercing damage.
Okay, so it takes 2.
And then I need to make a wisdom saving throw
Yep.
for my
At the
turn.
beginning of your turn. Yep.
16.
That is just enough.
Okay.
So now you take half damage.
Okay.
Oh, geez. I rolled 1 less than max damage. So you take 15 points of radiant damage.
Okay. Oops.
Oh. Hold on. You know what? Actually, you don't. Scratch that, because I rolled really shitty on the concentration for the Sanctuary spell when Pete hit him. So he's not concentrating on it anymore.
Oh, wow. Oh, you mean on the Spirit Guardians?
Yeah, the Spirit Guardians got dropped because Pete's arrow just flashed through it
How
and kind
long
of made
does
it.
sanctuary last again? Or
It lasts a full minute.
okay. It's not a concentration check.
Nope.
Okay. So we're back to me, right?
Yeah. So sorry, you
Okay.
didn't take that damage. Just go ahead and give itself back to you.
Yep, that's fine. I will use a bonus action to. So, free object interaction, I sheathe my longsword. As a bonus action, I use weapon bond, and I all of a sudden my
Oh, your halberd. I
appears in
forgot about that.
hand. And he does a little twirl with it, and wham, comes down with it to attack.
Okay, that one is
It's
just
silvered.
It's silvered. Yeah.
And it's 1d10. So let's see if it hit, and that's a 18 plus numbers.
It's a hit.
Yep. And so 7 plus 4 is 11 damage.
Okay, it takes 5.
Okay. And
So you see,
It's
once
doing
again,
it-
your halberd just like kind of goes like right through it.
because we short rested, I got my second win and my action surge back.
Nice.
Oh wait, I get a second attack because I just did the attack action.
Yep,
So 21 to hit,
that hits.
another 11 damage.
Okay, so it takes another 5.
I'll action surge, second win as the bonus action, which is just going to give me a little bit of healing back. Oh, more than a little bit. Nice. 9 plus 6, so 50. I heal back 15.
Okay.
And then I'll make my 2 attacks. 17 plus 7,
That hits.
and 9 plus 7 is 16.
That hits as well.
Okay. And then get to reroll 2s. So the first hit is 13.
Okay, so that's
The second
6.
hit is 8
so 4.
damage. And I'm spent for the moment.
Alrighty. Well, that brings us to Pete, and then Dare's up after that.
Pete's like, son of a bitch, and fires 2 arrows.
Okay, he managed to make the person fail his
I
concentration
know.
check.
15,
That is a hit.
and second's a miss.
Okay. A natural 1 miss or
A 2.
okay. I was hoping.
Let's see what his damage. Let's see what his damage bonus is. Plus 3, so he does 9 damage.
Total between the two.
The second one didn't hit, so that's for
Oh
just
yeah,
for the
yeah.
first.
This one for he does so he does 4.
Yeah, and he backs away again,
Okay.
pretty much as far back as he can go, so that
All right,
he's
so he's
not.
up against the back wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, how big is this room?
It is like 50 by 60 feet.
All right, so is there a surface that is within 20 feet of Mr. Conjuration here, but like even if it's on the ground, that is not going to be able to scorch our other guy here, because I'm about to toss an empowered fireball
Is
at
the fire? What's the radius on the fireball?
him. 20 feet.
So could he hit it to the side of the guy for a little ways and
Yeah,
get-
obviously I'm not going to cast it directly at the guy. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
Or if you,
can
hit me
it.
with it, I can do. If you hit me with it, I can do absorb elements and get a little extra damage on my next hit.
You can hit him. You just have to be careful not to hit yourself on the it's gonna come pretty close to you as well. It won't hit you, but it's gonna come really close.
All right. Well, in any case, go ahead and Dex 15.
Dex 15.
I am
Um,
empowering this.
Just tell me what you roll and I'll write it down.
He failed his save, but he will use a legendary resistance to make himself pass it.
All right. Well, it still takes half damage.
Yep.
All right. So 1 and a 4.
Okay.
5 and a 6.
Okay.
2 and a 2. 3 and a 4. And
That's 8.
oh, okay. Yeah. So
So you had a 1, 2 2s, and a 3. If you want to re-roll those.
I'll re-roll the 2 2s. And the 1, obviously. It's
Okay.
up to 4. Oh, nice. A 5 and a 6.
Okay.
And, oh yeah, just 1 more.
One more. Unless you want to re-roll that 3.
I do not. I'll leave it alone because 3 is still a little bit average, and another 5.
Another 5. Okay,
Nice.
so 5, 9,
That is very close to maximum
14,
damage.
20, 26, 31, 34, 38 damage.
38. So that would be my brain is not working at the moment. 18.
19.
18. Or no, 19. Yeah, 38. 19. So he dodges a little bit out of the way. 19. And then the fire doesn't seem to affect him as much. So he takes 9 points of damage.
9.
And
You see it like kind of like it evaporates all the water on the floor, dries the whole room out where he is, and you see his form kind of like
then for
shift
a
a
bonus
little
action,
bit. And
I'm going to see if I can freaking manage to blow through the wisdom and actually hit him with the spiritual weapon.
okay,
So, natural 1.
yep, nope. So the spiritual weapon just doesn't do what you want it to.
Yeah, whiff.
All right.
Yeah. So, and that'll be it for me. I don't have anything else I can do.
Okay, it's its turn. It attacks you, Rom, since it's right in front of you. Huh. I'm pretty sure it missed. 11.
That's a miss.
Yep.
Because I'm wearing my armor this time.
Yep. That's about it. So now it's your turn.
I'll do 2 attacks with the blade of the halberd and 1 attack with the butt end. So, taka.
Okay.
So I think, am I plus 7 to hit with that? Yes, so 16 on the first,
That's it.
25 on the second,
That's it.
and I miss with the butt end.
Okay.
So, reroll 2s. Reroll a 2. 3. It's better. So 7 damage for the first,
Okay. 3.
and then 12 damage on the second.
6.
And then I don't have any bonus action spells. Oh wait, the butt end attack,
a
even though I
bonus
missed,
action.
is
Yeah,
still
yeah.
my bonus action.
Yep.
So that would be it for me.
Yep. And that's Pete.
Then Pete takes 2 more shots with his bow.
Okay.
I think I said he had a plus 6 to hit. So 21. And then 16.
Yep. Those both hit.
And 6, 11, 20, 17 damage total from the 2 shots.
Okay. So 8. Okay.
And he yells out something to the effect of, I don't know if this is a good time to tell you that I'm afraid of ghosts.
Yeah. I don't think it's helping. My arrows are going right through it. And now it's Dare's turn. The ghost
Alright.
is next.
Now let's see. Let's go. How hurt are you visibly? Anyway.
37 of 52.
Okay, so.
So I'm okay. And I have 1 potion left, and I did use my second wind already, so.
Alright, so you should be good for now. Let's go with Okay. I'll use a first level guiding bolt in an attempt to hit him. You know what? Actually, let's go with second level. Alright, yeah, so second level guiding bolt, roll a wisdom save, and hopefully I can actually roll above my minimum here. 15 total?
That fails.
Well, crap. Then I just wasted that spell slot.
Just barely.
And then I will once again have my spiritual weapon take a swing.
Okay.
And that's not gonna pass.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it.
All right. It's its turn. It's going to attack you again, Rom. It likes you. And it misses 13. I'm rolling low now all of a sudden. It now... after it swings at you, it moves straight down into the floor.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and make an attack of opportunity at it.
Yep. 20 total.
That hits.
6 damage.
Okay. All right. And now we're back to your turn.
But it went down onto the floor.
Yeah, you can't see it.
I quickly run over to the altar.
Okay.
And I'll jam the crystal thingy down into the slot.
All right. When you do so, you see you hear this clicking sound. Something locks into place, and you see a beam of light shoot from underneath the altar. You see it concentrate on it from above, and you see a beam of light shoot out of the altar to the other side of the room, and a door goes.
We should go before that thing comes back. Let me look at one thing real quick
So
before I say my turn's over.
Pete's pretty much right next to where the door opens. He kind of goes ah, and moves out of the way a little bit. Excuse me.
Okay. So yeah. So you said the door is by Pete then?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's
so
on the other side of the room where he backed up.
I'll start heading that way, and Pete will look through the door to see what he sees.
He's like, there's a whole bunch of treasure back here.
Okay.
That's his turn, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's Dare's turn.
Alright, has the
Well, hey, can I say that I held my attack? Because all I did was move and put the thing in a thing.
I mean, that was you had to kind of dig it out and put it in there. And
That's fine.
yeah, it's only 6 seconds, the whole round, so.
Okay, that's okay. I apparently forgot that the polearm master lets me make an attack of opportunity when someone enters my reach.
Oh.
I forgot about that. So
Yeah, so you still get to do that.
yeah.
Well, you only get 1 reaction per turn, but.
Oh yeah, I used it
Yeah.
when he ran. That's
Yep.
right. Okay.
is the sanctuary still applied to me?
Yeah. As far as you can tell, you can't see it, but you didn't really feel any different. You couldn't attack it when you were trying to attack it.
Alright. Let's see. You know what? I will. This. I will cancel the spiritual weapon and instead apply protection from good and evil, which will protect me against charmed, frightened, or possession effects on me,
Okay.
and should theoretically give me a advantage against any other things. Wouldn't that technically be considered a charming effect?
It's not a charm. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah, no. It's a ward. Essentially, it's
Okay.
he warded himself against you, so he didn't charm you. He just warded himself and chose you as the target.
Okay, well, in any case, it should provide me protection against that. And of course, the spiritual weapon just goes blip, gone.
Yep.
I only concentrate on one spell at a time, and he will once again. I will move forward, and yeah, that was my action. So just move forward towards the treasure room, figuring it'll moving by Mr. freaking Rom here.
Yeah.
In the hopes that it draws an attack or draws attention from him, and that he tries to attack me.
It's its turn now, so it actually does come up out of the floor next to you, and it's like, die!
Comes up next to which of us?
Next to Dare, and it rolled a natural 1.
And I'm right next to Rom. Oh yeah, who can't make the attack of opportunity right now.
Well, yeah, it can't. It just misses you. It's immune to being prone, so it couldn't slip since it's floating in midair. That'd be ridiculous. That's like Scooby-Doo Ghost. So it's your turn now.
I will make my attacks.
Okay.
14.
That just barely hits.
Oh, that does?
Yep.
Okay. 17
That hits.
and 21.
That hits.
So 11 damage, and then 10 damage, and 5 damage.
Okay. Your attacks like whiff through it, and you think it's doing stuff, but it's hard to tell. You know. Seems like some of its ethereal nature is getting stuck to your weapon as it goes through, but
Yeah. And then Pete'll take his 2 shots on his turn.
alrighty.
So 21.
I know,
to hit-
right, Justin? Jeez, my rolls were low.
21 and 17.
That both hits.
4 damage and 4 damage.
Okay. It's now Dare's turn.
All right. Well, I should better to do. And since I can't concentrate on 2 spells at the time, or at the same time, I will burn my last third level spell slot in an attempt to hit him with a guided bolt.
Okay.
Roll high. Roll high.
Well, yeah.
That's the only thing that's been helping me is the fact that I can't hit you, but you can't hit me either.
Well, especially since it's fucking radiant damage. Alright, so, before, let's find out if I can beat, I cannot. Fuck
Oh.
me.
Ah,
I will use,
it's a nasty creature.
You're favored by the gods. Don't you have that?
oh yeah, that only applies to, one sec.
I think it's just saving throws. Or is it?
I can only do, fail a saving throw or that was a 4. Like, there's no
Yeah.
way I can roll high enough. I will, however, burn, as a bonus action, burn 3 sorcery points to gain. Oh, wait, no, that's not how that works. No, never mind. Yep. So.
Well, isn't it a wisdom save though or is it just a wisdom check?
It's a wisdom
For
save, but
Sanctuary.
he just didn't have enough to.
Yeah, it's too low anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if I had maximum roll from guidance, if I had somehow managed to cast that in an attempt to do that, and yeah, there's really nothing else I can do this turn.
Alrighty. Well, it is its turn then. And it's going to try to attack. It's infuriated by the fact that it completely missed you last time. Oh my god. I rolled a natural fucking 1 again.
That dice needs to go in the dice
That's
jail.
going. It's going in the dice dungeon. And ironically, it's a crit roll dice. Anyway, oh my god. Okay, well, it like gets infuriated by the fact that it can't seem to like hit you and doesn't know what's going on, and now you guys have advantage on attacks against it until its next turn. So now it's your turn, Rom.
And so my first attack is is at advantage.
All of your attacks.
All of my attacks are at advantage.
Yeah.
That's probably good because that first roll was doo.
It doesn't understand what magic is keeping it from attacking you. It's
So
supposed to be the
17
other way
on the-
around.
17 on the first one. Thank God for it. Nice. So my second attack is a natural 20, but only because of the advantage, because the first roll was a 2.
Well, you do maximum damage with that one.
Okay. And then 20 something on the third one. So,
The crit damage
First-
is a maximum damage one.
okay, so the first attack is 13. Second attack is 14.
Wait, okay.
And then
So 13's the first attack, so they're both 7. So 7, 7.
and then 7 damage for the butt end attack.
Okay. It looks like it should have died. Like you passed your swords through it several times. It looks like it was about to dissipate, and then it like pulled itself back in. Now it's Pete's turn.
Pete takes 2 shots. 19
That's it.
and 8 plus 6 is 14.
Okay, that's a hit.
I think I keep having to look back at his stat block. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Is plus 3 to damage, so 10 damage on the first one. And 4 damage on the second one.
I just rolled low on his constitution check. So the first hit actually, like, it's passes through and it just goes and goes like, no! And then it disappears.
I'm at this point aggravated by my inability to spellcast that thing, and I'm just.
So was the creature, don't worry. It was also its inability to
Yeah,
hit
but
anyone
it's dead,
with
and
a
I'm
plus
not.
8 to
So
hit.
so I spend.
And the fact that if you'd failed a saving throw, you lost those hit points permanently. But anyway,
Yeah. So I burn my remaining 3 sorcery points. Restore while they're picking through the loot and whatever.
yeah.
To restore a 2nd level spell slot. And use Prayer of Healing 2d8.
Okay.
Yeah, Rommel
Plus 4.
will as he walks past, he'll pat Daryl on the shoulder and be like, good job.
Oh, Oh, thanks. I thought I wasn't doing anything, but.
Well, I said Dare, not Pete, but
Yeah,
I'll also
yeah.
give Pete a pat on the shoulder too.
He just assumed you were talking to him. He's drunk. So anyway,
Yeah, you gain a total of 9 HP back. That was a shitty roll.
so,
Oh, you did a prayer of healing.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
as you're looking through the loot.
okay.
All right. So the first thing you
um,
notice is up against the wall. There is an ornate metal staff with a loop at either end. It's a long staff though. It's about as long as your halberd is.
Okay.
Um,
First of all, can I check? Can me and Pete check for traps from this loot?
Yeah.
Just in case. I don't want to, get fireballed in the ass. Is Pete helping me?
Sure.
As Pete does.
Yes.
18.
Yeah, you don't see any traps.
Okay. So an ornate staff.
Yep.
What else we got?
There's also 500 copper pieces,
Mm-hmm.
3,000 silver pieces, 2,800 gold pieces,
Okay.
110 platinum pieces.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say there's 11 50 gold piece gems. 2 of them are onyxes.
Oh, 11 50 gold piece gems.
Yeah. So 2 of them are onyxes. 1 of them's a moonstone. 2 chrysoprases, however you say it. A bloodstone, a jasper, a chalcedonia, a zircon, a citron, and a star rose quartz. Anyway, it's 11 gems.
Okay.
There are 5 potions that are pinkish in color, reddish in color. There is a scroll,
Okay.
and there's some kind of gem that was off to the side that it basically it's not, well, I shouldn't say it's a gem. It looks like a little stick, like almost like a magic wand that has like a kaleidoscope gem kind of attached to it.
Okay.
All right. Meanwhile, as they're picking through this, I've finished my prayer of healing because they're being cautious and looking for traps and whatnot at the same time, which increases the amount of time it takes them to do that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go see if I can get a general picture of what the staff, the kaleidoscope rod thing, what was the other magical looking item, or potentially? Cam?
Potions, a gem thing, the staff, and a scroll.
So I will look through. I will in order: staff, gem thing, scroll, and then potions.
Okay. Are you doing identify, or just looking at it?
I will use to identify them.
Okay. So that takes a while if you're doing it ritually or you're just casting it.
I'm using Arcana check. I don't have a ritually. I don't have the spell identify.
Oh, okay. So you're just spending an hour looking at each one. Is basically
Yeah,
what you do.
because we don't want to take something that will probably blow up in our faces.
So you're looking at the staff first.
Yep.
The staff is I added a magic item. You attune as you hold it, you realize it's not a staff at all, actually. And as you're holding it and looking at it, and thinking about it and spending some time with it, you realize that it is actually a halberd.
There you
And
go.
it's called Rahoricthes Wrath.
I'm just like, this might be convenient for you, and then I explain my, pass it to him and explain my intuitions.
And it does require attunement, but if you do, it's in the. I made it, so if you just look up like in magic items re-dash, you should find it.
All right, I move on to the kaleidoscope, kaleidoscope-looking item.
Okay, that is a gem of seeing.
All right. Let's see. All right. One second, let me look that up real quick because it's that.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's convenient. That could be handy later. Mind if I take a hold of this?
No, that's fine.
I'm thinking he's
Alright.
pretty happy with what he just got.
Yeah. I like the
Yeah.
picture you have for it.
Thank you. I had to look that up and find something that I've liked.
Alright, so
You basically have a sun sword, a sun blade, halberd now.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Alright, moving on to the
And
scroll.
I will take the 10 minutes to attach the Ruby of the War Mage to it.
Okay.
Now, where it's going to be attached, I'm not 100% sure.
The bottom loop, maybe? Who knows?
yeah, maybe.
I was thinking that when it lit up, the bottom loop lights up also with like magical energy just kind of surrounding it, like making the loop
Yeah.
look like it lights up. So
Awesome.
yeah, you
Alright.
attune to it, and then he starts it up, and you see basically like these two almost lit like axe blades pop out of either side of it.
Alright,
it lights up the
so
room with
we're gonna be
daylight.
down here line up. We did bring food, so we're down here line up to attune. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I have rations.
Yeah.
I think attuning only takes an hour.
Yeah.
For a rare or better item, usually it takes up to 24.
Really? I thought it was just.
I think it's something like 6 hours for a uncommon attunement, 8 for a rare, 12 for a whatever the fuck they list purple as. I forget.
That sounds like an
Right.
older version of attunement. I don't think that's how they do it in 5e.
I don't think so either. It's just a short rest. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's maybe. Well, I haven't played Pathfinder. So is that a Pathfinder thing, maybe?
I don't know. That's just what I remember.
Yeah, it's just a short rest. For
Okay.
any
Alright,
for any
in that case,
magic
I'll
item.
also attune to the gem of seeing as well.
Yeah, I thought you might like that.
Yeah, it'll be real handy in the future.
It's funny
You're
because you were
saying-
like something that maybe I can see with, and I'd already populated that with that gem, and I was like, okay.
And it's just because Gem of Seeing is basically DM, or because True Sight is basically DM's vision.
Yeah, yeah. The gem of seeing
Um,
gives them true sight at 120 feet for 10 minutes, and it has 3 charges.
Without any, and unlike others, it doesn't expend. It's just boom, you have True Sight for 10 minutes,
Yeah.
and it regains 1d3. It has 3 charges, and it doesn't fucking get destroyed or anything.
Yep. And but in order to do it, you have to hold it up to your eye like a monocle.
Yeah, but I can do that and still cast the spell.
I know. I just think it's
just
funny.
like it's
You're all
just
like pinky finger
I
out,
see you,
holding a
fucker.
monocle up. Oh, I see you over there.
Yes, die.
Remember the Fear the Monocle shirts? There you go. It's even theme.
All right, so the scroll.
The scroll is a scroll of sword burst.
I'm not offhand familiar with that spell.
I think that's one I can get actually.
It's also a sorcerer spell. And do you taste the potions?
Yeah.
5 potions of healing. Or are they?
Okay. Yeah.
In the other campaign, they keep having potions of poison pop up.
What level? Well, that's a cantrip.
Yeah, sword
Okay.
burst is a cantrip. You learn wizard spells though, right? So you can
Yeah.
actually learn a wizard spell.
Yeah, he
Uh,
can learn wizard spells.
I can learn wizard spells from evocation or abjuration, and then every couple of levels. Like I think my 8th level spell can be from any school
Yeah.
in the wizard spell list.
Can
But
you learn
I
cantrips though?
Yeah,
like that?
I learn cantrips. I
Okay.
have Booming Blade and Prestidigitation right now, and I think I get a 3rd cantrip for sure. I think I might get a 4th one, and I think my spell list caps out at like level 5 or something like that.
Yeah, that's one that either of you could use. I mean, it's like well, either one of you could use it once, or one of you could learn it, or you could learn it, use it all
Yeah.
the time. It's kind of a neat spell though.
Well, I don't have a spell book,
Oh,
so I
Yeah.
just memorize my spells.
yeah, so you can't really learn it then.
Yeah.
I guess you could use it, and then when you gain a cantrip later, be like, "That's how I got it."
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll split up the money. And I would just type it into Discord how much it is, but I don't have Discord installed on Kinder's computer, so.
You can do it later, or you can do it
Yeah.
now. It's up to you.
Oh, you know what? I can just do it off the app. So I'll just post in the app, in the Discord app, what the gold values were.
Yeah, and we can catch it later.
So
Well-
Pete is probably rich right now because I
Yeah.
split it up 3 ways.
More booze! Woohoo! But yeah, now you have an excellent weapon for fighting undead.
Thank you.
I have an excellent weapon for dealing with undead bullshit,
Yes, right.
like fucking illusions. Fuck you, Lich.
Yep, it
Well,
works pretty well for both of you actually, because you
I was gonna
you're
say, and
able to
this
see
staff
stuff.
gives me light.
Yep. Daylight.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Because I attuned to it, it added true sight to the thing. Technically, I have to speak a command word, but I don't really have to do anything other than speak a command word, just like, fuck you. Boom, I can see him.
Yep.
Let's see. Yeah, just poke me later about it. Gam.
I'm putting it in the Discord, the D&D channel on the Discord right now.
Okay. So yeah, alright, so we have all this, we have these items that might help us deal with this thing, and now we know about this, now we know about this location and can sell the location to the highest bidder.
That's true.
Yeah.
As
We
long
could.
as-
The church would like to know where their temple is.
I'm towards the pragmatic side of things. It's just like, I'm remember, I'm like I'm true neutral, really. Like,
Well,
I
then
don't
thinking
care.
about it, Rom shakes it, says like, no, they might want this back.
It's just, well, they might have wanted that scepter back. Just saying.
Yeah, that's true too.
I was just like, hey, we can reasonably expect that the syndicate will at most kill a noble with it. I'm like, whatever. If they're shady enough to be dealing with the syndicate, they've probably earned it.
What I like about that halberd too is it's still like, with the look of it, it still strikes me as kind of very like Egyptian sort
Yeah.
of, and it's almost like it has onks in it, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, in any case, we should probably get out of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Well, for the sake of brevity, I'll say that you guys actually, you make it out fine. Do you reseal it closed, or just leave the door open so you can tell people where it is?
We reseal it closed so that way we can sell the location of the temple, but we want to make sure that they have to be guided there in order to see it.
Okay. You do so. You make it back up into the city, and at that point, we can probably pretty much end it for tonight, because we did quite a bit. Took you a little bit of doing to find that place, though.
Yeah, that was
I mean, it
Oh,
couldn't
we
be
stu-
easy.
we
It was
started
lost
around-
for like
I
thousands of
suppose
years.
we made level 7 in the process. Huh?
Sure.
I'll take it.
Rom's been through a lot.
He has. He deserves this.
I was just like,
And since I don't have any set
Oh.
milestones set right now because I haven't planned that far ahead, it's good.
Well, cool, because level 7 gets me more magic. So when I cast a cantrip, I can make a weapon attack as a bonus
believe
action.
Nice.
I believe level 7 is where I first get access to level 4 spells.
But anyhow, we can do the leveling up later, or you guys can do it
Indeed.
whenever you want. But as far as the
Yeah.
stream goes, hey everyone, thank you for watching us. I hope you had fun watching us. We had fun playing. Hope you had fun watching them beat their heads against stone walls to try to find where those stone walls weren't supposed to be. And we'll be back this Friday for our regularly scheduled one, I hope. And
Yep. Hopefully.
somebody will be. I know I'll be here. Famous last words. I won't have power that night or something. Anyway, but I hope you all have a great night, and see you on Friday.
Don't forget to check us out on Instagram and on Twitter, because we have those.
Yes. Are you gonna say anything, Saren? Just gonna say bye.
I exist.
Okay.
I will be back when I have like actual time.
When next? Alrighty. Bye, everyone.
Bye.